A one-eyed vagrant wandering America's forgotten highways. Empty beer bottles scattered across motel floors. The metallic scent of blood clinging to threadbare clothes. Between 1960 and 1983, Henry Lee Lucas carved a crimson path across the American landscape, leaving behind a trail of shattered lives and unanswered questions that would haunt investigators for decades. This is not merely another tale of murder. This is the chronicle of a predator who claimed to have killed over 600 people, turning the vast expanse of rural America into his personal hunting ground. A man whose confessions would both horrify and perplex law enforcement, whose crimes were so numerous that the FBI created an entire task force just to verify his claims. A monster who transformed the open road into a corridor of terror. The story you're about to hear contains details so disturbing, so brutal, that they challenge our understanding of human evil. Henry Lee Lucas didn't just kill. He obliterated lives with a savagery that defied comprehension. His victims ranged from elderly shopkeepers to innocent children, from hitchhikers seeking a ride to store clerks simply trying to make a living. But Lucas was more than just a killer. He was a manipulator, a liar, a man who weaponized confession itself, turning truth into a twisted game where reality blurred with fantasy. His case would expose the flaws in America's justice system and raise questions that remain unanswered to this day. How many people did Henry Lee Lucas actually murder? And in a system desperate for closure, how do we separate fact from the fevered imagination of a serial killer? This is the story of America's most prolific confessor, a drifter whose one good eye witnessed horrors beyond imagination, horrors he himself created. Welcome to Crime Headquarters. I know many of you enjoy these stories to unwind and drift off to sleep, and tonight, you're in for something truly chilling and tragic. We'll be telling 5 different true crime stories in this video, each one more haunting than the last. So, get cozy, whether you're in bed or somewhere comfortable, and let go of the day. Before you let your mind drift off, take a moment to subscribe, like, share, and comment. We'd love to hear your thoughts. Also, feel free to tell us where you're watching from and what time it is in your corner of the world. Now, take a deep breath, relax, and get ready. This is the story of the Drifter's Dark Trail, the Henry Lee Lucas story. The sweltering heat of August 23, 1936, pressed down on Blacksburg, Virginia, like a suffocating blanket. Deep within the mountains of Montgomery County, in a ramshackle cabin that reeked of poverty and desperation, Viola Lucas gave birth to her 9th child. The infant that emerged into this world would grow to become one of America's most notorious killers. But on that scorching summer day, Henry Lee Lucas was just another mouth to feed in a family already drowning in misery. The Lucas household was a cesspit of violence and degradation. Viola Lucas, a woman whose cruelty knew no bounds, ruled her domain with iron fists and a sadistic pleasure in inflicting pain. She was a prostitute who brought clients home, forcing her children to witness acts that no child should ever see. The cabin, with its rotting wooden walls and dirt floors, became a theater of horrors where innocents went to die. Henry's father, Anderson Lucas, was a shell of a man, an alcoholic who had lost both legs in a train accident. He sat in his wheelchair, a broken figure who could do nothing to protect his children from their mother's wrath. Anderson's presence was more absence than existence, a man who had given up on life long before life gave up on him. He would eventually crawl away from the house one cold night, seeking refuge under a nearby bridge, where he would freeze to death, choosing the embrace of winter's chill over another moment in Viola's hell. From his earliest memories, Henry knew only brutality. Viola would beat him with anything within reach. Wooden planks, metal pipes, her own fists. She dressed him as a girl, sending him to school in dresses and curled hair, subjecting him to the cruel laughter of classmates. The psychological torture was methodical, calculated to break his spirit completely. The beatings weren't random acts of anger, they were rituals of domination. Viola would force Henry to watch as she entertained men, describing in graphic detail what was happening, poisoning his young mind with images that would fester and grow like cancer cells. When he showed any sign of normal childhood behavior, she would beat him unconscious. When he cried, she would beat him harder. When he tried to hide, she would find him and make the punishment even more severe. School offered no sanctuary. Other children mocked his appearance, his shabby clothes, his strange behavior. Teachers saw a troubled child but lacked the resources or understanding to help. Henry's academic performance was abysmal, not because he lacked intelligence, but because his mind was consumed with survival. Every day was a struggle to endure, to last until nightfall, to wake up alive the next morning. The sexual abuse began when Henry was young, though the exact details remain shrouded in the conflicting stories Lucas would later tell. What is certain is that his understanding of intimacy became forever twisted, perverted into something violent and predatory. Viola's clients were sometimes given access to the children, turning the Lucas cabin into a marketplace where innocence was sold to the highest bidder. At age 10, Henry's life took an even darker turn. His older brother, who had managed to escape the household, had given him a gun for protection. One day, as Viola prepared to beat him with a piece of lumber, Henry grabbed the weapon. The details of what happened next vary depending on which version of Lucas's story you believe, but the outcome was consistent. His mother lay bleeding on the cabin floor, a piece of glass embedded in her neck from where she had fallen. Viola didn't die immediately. She lingered for several days, during which time Henry later claimed to feel a strange satisfaction watching her suffer. Whether this was truth or fantasy, it marked the moment when whatever remained of Henry's humanity began its final death spiral. The woman who had tormented him for a decade was finally powerless, and he savored every moment of her decline. After Viola's death, Henry was placed in various foster homes and juvenile facilities, but the damage was irreversible. He was a broken child in a broken system, passed from one inadequate situation to another. At age 15, he was sent to a reform school where older boys continued his education in violence and sexual abuse. Every institution that was supposed to help him instead added new layers to his trauma, new reasons to hate the world and everyone in it. The teenage Henry Lucas was a walking contradiction, intelligent enough to manipulate those around him, yet so damaged that normal human connections were impossible. He began experimenting with violence against animals, torturing cats and dogs with the same methodical cruelty his mother had shown him. These weren't random acts of juvenile delinquency. They were rehearsals for what was to come. By age 17, Henry had developed a pattern that would define his adult life. Charm followed by violence, manipulation followed by murder. He could present a facade of normalcy when it suited his purposes, but underneath lurked a predator whose appetite for destruction was insatiable. His first known murder occurred when he was just 24 years old, but those who studied his case believe the killing began much earlier. The victim was his own mother figure, Laura Burnsley, an elderly woman who had taken him in. According to Lucas, she had refused his sexual advances, triggering a rage that had been building for years. He struck her with such force that her skull caved in, then violated her corpse. It was a crime that combined all the elements that would characterize his future murders: sexual violence, overkill, and complete disregard for human dignity. When police found Burnsley's body, Lucas was the obvious suspect. But rather than face justice, he fled, beginning a life on the road that would last for decades. The highways of America became his hunting ground, an endless network of small towns and lonely roads where predators could disappear and victims were plentiful. The transformation was complete. The abused child had become the abuser, the victim had become the monster. Henry Lee Lucas was now loose in America, carrying with him a lifetime of rage and a twisted understanding of human relationships. He had learned that power came from inflicting pain, that control meant domination, that love was just another word for possession. As he hitchhiked away from Burnsley's blood-soaked home, Lucas looked back one last time at the life he was leaving behind. But he wasn't really leaving anything, he was taking it all with him. Every beating, every humiliation, every moment of terror his mother had inflicted was now part of his arsenal. Viola Lucas was dead, but her legacy lived on in the monster she had created. The American landscape stretched out before him, vast and full of possibility. Small towns dotted the horizon, each one containing potential victims who had no idea that death was hitchhiking their way. Lucas smiled, a cold, predatory grin that would be the last thing many people would ever see. The killing spree was about to begin, and America would never be the same. The Texas sun beat down mercilessly on the cracked asphalt of Interstate 35 as Henry Lee Lucas stood beside the road, his thumb extended toward the endless stream of traffic. It was 1976, and Lucas had been perfecting his craft for over a decade. His scarred face, marked by the glass eye that replaced the one his mother had destroyed years earlier, told a story of violence to anyone who looked closely enough. But most drivers saw only what Lucas wanted them to see: a harmless drifter looking for a ride. The truck that pulled over was driven by a man whose darkness would complement Lucas's own twisted nature perfectly. Otis Toole was a pyromaniac and killer in his own right, a man whose appetite for destruction matched Lucas's own. Their meeting wasn't chance. It was the collision of two black stars, creating a gravitational pull that would draw countless victims into their orbit. Toole was everything Lucas wasn't. Loud where Lucas was quiet, flamboyant where Lucas was calculating. He claimed to hear voices that commanded him to kill, to burn, to destroy. His childhood in Jacksonville, Florida, had been its own version of hell. Sexual abuse, mental illness, and violence had shaped him just as surely as they had molded Lucas. When the two men looked at each other across the cab of that truck, they recognized something familiar: the mark of the predator. Their partnership began with small crimes: robbery, burglary, assault. But violence was in their nature like hunger or thirst, and it wasn't long before they graduated to murder. Their first kill together was a store clerk in Oklahoma, a young woman who had the misfortune of working the night shift when the two drifters needed money. Lucas later described how they had tortured her for information about the store's safe, how her screams had echoed through the empty building like music. The woman's name was Jennifer Martinez, and she was 22 years old, working 2 jobs to support her sick mother. She had dreams of becoming a teacher, plans to marry her high school sweetheart, a future that stretched out before her like a golden path. But none of that mattered to Lucas and Toole. To them, she was simply an obstacle to be removed, a source of cash and momentary pleasure. They bound her with electrical cord, the kind used for appliances, pulling it tight until it cut into her flesh. Lucas held the knife while Toole asked the questions. But when she insisted she didn't know the safe's combination, they moved beyond interrogation into pure sadism. The torture lasted for hours, a grotesque ballet of pain and terror that ended only when Lucas finally drew the blade across her throat. But killing Jennifer wasn't enough. In an act of desecration that would become their signature, they violated her corpse, taking turns while her blood pooled on the linoleum floor. Then they ransacked the store, taking less than $200 from the register. A young woman's life, all her hopes and dreams and possibilities, traded for the contents of a cash drawer and a few moments of perverted satisfaction. The murder established their pattern: find isolated victims, torture them for information or simply for pleasure, kill them in the most brutal way possible, then defile their bodies. They moved like cancer through the American heartland, leaving behind a trail of shattered lives and grieving families. Their next victim was an elderly farmer in Kansas named Robert Hendricks. At 73, Hendricks lived alone on his property, tending to a few head of cattle and a small garden that helped supplement his Social Security income. He had survived the Depression, World War II, and decades of hard farming, but nothing had prepared him for the evil that knocked on his door one humid July evening. Lucas and Toole had been driving stolen cars from state to state, abandoning them when they broke down or became too hot to handle. When their current vehicle ran out of gas near Hendricks's farm, they saw an opportunity. The old man was generous with his hospitality, offering them food and a place to sleep in his barn. His kindness would cost him his life. They waited until Hendricks was asleep before entering his house. Lucas later claimed they had only intended to rob him, but that explanation didn't account for what came next. They tied the old man to a chair and demanded to know where he kept his money. When he told them he had only a few dollars in a coffee can, Toole flew into a rage. The torture began with cigarette burns, small circles of agony dotting Hendrix's arms and chest. When that didn't produce more money, they moved on to more creative methods. Lucas used a pair of pliers to remove the old man's fingernails one by one, while Toole burned him with a heated knife blade. The farmer's screams carried across the empty fields, but there was no one to hear, no one to help. The killing blow came when Lucas drove a screwdriver into Hendrix's ear, penetrating his brain and ending his suffering. But even death didn't end the horror. They dismembered his body, scattering the pieces around the farm like grotesque decorations. His head was never found, though Lucas later claimed to have kept it as a trophy for several weeks before disposing of it in a river. The murders continued with mechanical regularity. A hitchhiker in New Mexico, a store clerk in Tennessee, a family camping in a national park. Each killing was worse than the last, as if Lucas and Toole were competing to see who could devise the most creative methods of inflicting pain. They developed a twisted efficiency, able to identify vulnerable victims, isolate them, and kill them within hours of first contact. One of their most horrific crimes occurred outside Phoenix, Arizona. The victims were the Thompson family, James and Sarah, both in their 30s, and their 2 children, ages 8 and 10. The family had been on vacation, driving cross-country to visit Sarah's parents in California. When their car broke down in the desert, they thought themselves lucky when a friendly stranger offered to help. Lucas had perfected his Good Samaritan act over the years. He appeared concerned, helpful, eager to assist stranded motorists. He told the Thompsons that Toole was driving to the nearest town to get a tow truck, that they should wait in the shade of some nearby rocks. What he didn't tell them was that Toole had circled back and was approaching from behind. The family had no warning when the attack began. Toole struck James Thompson with a tire iron, fracturing his skull and dropping him where he stood. Sarah's screams were cut short when Lucas grabbed her from behind, his knife finding her throat before she could even turn around. The children watched in terror as their parents fell, their young minds unable to process what was happening. 8-year-old Michael Thompson tried to run, but his legs were too short, his terror too complete. Toole caught him within 50 yards, dragging him back to where his sister cowered behind a rock. What happened next violated every law of human decency, every boundary of civilized behavior. Lucas and Toole took turns assaulting the children, their innocence sacrificed to feed the monster's insatiable appetites. The killings were methodical, calculated to maximize suffering. Lucas later described how they had forced each child to watch the other die, how they had drawn out the torture for hours under the blazing desert sun. When it was over, they buried the bodies in shallow graves, took the family's money and jewelry, and drove away in their car. The Thompson family was reported missing when they failed to arrive at their destination, but their bodies weren't discovered for 3 months. By then, Lucas and Toole were hundreds of miles away, their trail cold, their crimes forgotten by everyone except the grieving relatives who would spend the rest of their lives wondering what had happened to their loved ones. This was the reality of the Lucas-Toole partnership. Death delivered without mercy, suffering inflicted without purpose, lives ended for no reason beyond the killer's twisted pleasure. They moved through America like a plague, leaving behind broken families and unanswered questions. Local police departments, lacking the resources and coordination to track interstate killers, were left to investigate murders that seemed random and motiveless. The partnership might have continued indefinitely, but Lucas and Toole shared more than just a taste for violence. They also shared a complete inability to maintain lasting relationships. Their partnership was built on mutual need rather than genuine connection, and like all relationships based on exploitation, it was doomed to fail. The end came in 1982, during what was supposed to be a routine murder. The victim was a store owner in Florida, an older man who had hired Toole to do some maintenance work. But when they broke into the store after hours, something went wrong. The owner had installed a silent alarm, and police arrived while Lucas and Toole were still torturing their victim. In the chaos that followed, the 2 killers fled in different directions. Toole was captured within hours, found hiding in an abandoned building with blood on his clothes and the murder weapon in his possession. Lucas managed to escape, but their partnership was over. Without Toole's connections and local knowledge, Lucas was forced to operate alone, relying on his own twisted ingenuity to find victims and avoid capture. The Blood Highway had claimed its final victim with Lucas and Toole working together, but the carnage was far from over. If anything, Lucas was just getting started. His solo career would prove even more prolific than his partnership, as he refined his techniques and expanded his hunting ground to include all of North America. Behind him lay a trail of bodies stretching across a dozen states, families destroyed, communities terrorized, and law enforcement agencies baffled by crimes that seemed to have no pattern or logic. But Lucas knew the pattern, he had created it, and now, operating alone, he was free to perfect it. The highway stretched endlessly ahead, full of potential victims who had no idea that death was driving their way. The Williamson County Jail in Georgetown, Texas, was not built for comfort. Its concrete walls wept condensation in the summer heat, and the fluorescent lights hummed constantly, creating a buzz that drove inmates to the edge of madness. But for Henry Lee Lucas, arrested on a weapons charge in June 1983, it was about to become the stage for the most extraordinary performance of his criminal career. Lucas had been caught with a stolen handgun during a routine traffic stop, a minor offense that should have resulted in a brief jail stay and quick release. But Sheriff Jim Boutwell and Texas Ranger Phil Ryan sensed something more dangerous lurking behind Lucas's good behavior and cooperative attitude. There was something about the way he answered questions, the careful precision of his responses, the way his one good eye seemed to calculate every word before he spoke. The breakthrough came during what was supposed to be a routine interview. Lucas had been complaining about his treatment, claiming that guards were harassing him, that his cell was too cold, that the food was inedible. It was typical prisoner behavior, nothing that raised any red flags. But when Ranger Ryan mentioned that they were still investigating several unsolved murders in the area, Lucas's demeanor changed completely. "I might know something about those," he said quietly, his voice barely above a whisper. Ryan leaned forward, thinking he was about to hear information about crimes Lucas had witnessed or heard about from other criminals. What he got instead was a confession that would shake the law enforcement community to its core. "I killed them," Lucas said simply. "All of them, and a lot more you don't even know about yet." The confession began with the murder of an elderly woman named Kate Rich, a case that had baffled local investigators for months. Rich had disappeared from her home in Montague County, and despite extensive searches, no trace of her had been found. Lucas not only admitted to killing her but provided details that only the murderer could know. The color of her nightgown, the location of a distinctive scar on her arm, the way her small dog had cowered in the corner while Lucas strangled her with his bare hands. But Lucas didn't stop there. Over the following days, he confessed to dozens of murders, providing investigators with a detailed catalog of crimes spanning 2 decades and multiple states. Each confession was more horrific than the last, as Lucas described tortures and mutilations that seemed to come from the darkest corners of human imagination. He told them about the Peterson family in Oklahoma, describing how he had broken into their farmhouse and systematically killed each family member, starting with the parents and ending with their 3 young children. He provided precise details about the layout of the house, the location of specific furniture, the way the father had begged for his children's lives before Lucas cut his throat. He confessed to the murder of Stella McLean, a hitchhiker he had picked up outside Denver. According to Lucas, McLean had been traveling to California to start a new life after leaving an abusive husband. She had trusted Lucas when he offered her a ride, chatting happily about her plans for the future as they drove through the Colorado mountains. Lucas waited until they were completely isolated before pulling over and attacking her. The murder was particularly brutal even by Lucas's standards. He claimed to have raped McLean multiple times before strangling her with her own belt. But killing her wasn't enough. He also described mutilating her body with a hunting knife, removing body parts as trophies that he kept for weeks afterward. When investigators checked his story, they found McLean's body exactly where Lucas said it would be, bearing wounds consistent with his description. Day after day, the confessions continued. Lucas seemed to have an inexhaustible memory for murder, describing killings in minute detail with an almost casual attitude that chilled the investigators. He drew maps showing where bodies were buried, provided names and descriptions of victims, and recounted conversations he had with people moments before he killed them. The sheer volume of confessions was staggering. By the end of the first month, Lucas had admitted to over 100 murders. By the end of the second month, the number had grown to 300. Investigators from across the country began making pilgrimages to the Williamson County Jail, carrying case files and crime scene photos, hoping to finally solve murders that had haunted their departments for years. Lucas seemed to relish the attention. For the first time in his life, he was the center of positive attention from authority figures. The same man who had been beaten and humiliated as a child was now being treated with respect, even deference, by seasoned investigators who hung on his every word. They brought him coffee and cigarettes, comfortable chairs, and better food. They listened to his stories with rapt attention, validating his importance in a way no one ever had before. The confession of Frida Powell's murder exemplified Lucas's ability to provide chilling detail. Powell had been a social worker in Arkansas, dedicated to helping troubled families navigate the welfare system. She had been reported missing after failing to return from a home visit, and her body was never found despite extensive searches. According to Lucas, he had encountered Powell at a gas station where she had stopped to buy coffee during her drive to visit a client. He claimed to have followed her to the remote farmhouse where she was conducting her visit, then waited until she emerged to attack. The social worker had fought desperately for her life, but Lucas overpowered her, dragging her into the woods where he tortured her for information about other social workers' schedules. The torture, as Lucas described it, lasted for hours. He claimed to have used heated metal tools to burn her skin, broken her fingers one by one, and carved symbols into her flesh with a knife. Powell had begged for her life, offering him money, promising not to report him, even agreeing to help him find other victims if he would spare her. But Lucas was beyond reason, driven by a sadistic pleasure in her suffering. When he finally killed her, Lucas claimed to have dismembered her body and scattered the pieces across multiple counties, ensuring that she would never be found. Investigators who checked his story found evidence supporting his claims: tire tracks matching his stolen vehicle, witnesses who remembered seeing a man fitting his description in the area, even some of Powell's personal belongings that he claimed to have taken as trophies. But even as investigators marveled at the accuracy of Lucas's confessions, some began to notice inconsistencies. Dates didn't always match up perfectly, and some details seemed embellished or impossible to verify. When confronted with these discrepancies, Lucas would become angry, accusing the investigators of trying to trick him or make him look like a liar. The truth was that Lucas was both the most reliable and the least trustworthy source imaginable. His memory for violence was extraordinary, but his relationship with truth was complicated by decades of mental illness, substance abuse, and a desperate need for attention and approval. He would confess to any murder if it meant maintaining the investigators' interest, sometimes claiming responsibility for crimes he couldn't possibly have committed. The most disturbing aspect of the confessions wasn't their volume or brutality. It was Lucas's complete lack of remorse. He described the murders with the same tone most people used to discuss the weather, as if the systematic torture and killing of innocent people was simply a mundane fact of life. When asked why he had killed so many people, Lucas would shrug and say it was just something he did, like eating or sleeping. One of his most chilling confessions involved the murder of Adam Walsh, the 6-year-old boy whose disappearance from a Hollywood mall had sparked a national campaign for missing children. Lucas claimed to have abducted the boy from the mall, driven him to a remote location, and killed him in a manner too graphic to describe in detail. The confession seemed credible. Lucas knew details about the case that hadn't been released to the public, and his timeline matched the known facts. But as investigators dug deeper into Lucas's claims, they began to find problems. Travel records showed that Lucas might not have been in Florida at the time of Walsh's disappearance. Witnesses who had seen him in other states contradicted his timeline. When confronted with this evidence, Lucas became defensive, insisting that his memory was correct and that the investigators were trying to discredit him. The Lucas confessions created a crisis within the law enforcement community. On one hand, he was clearly providing accurate information about murders that had stumped investigators for years. His knowledge of crime scenes, victim details, and investigative procedures was encyclopedic. On the other hand, His eagerness to confess to any murder presented to him raised serious questions about the reliability of his claims. By 1985, Lucas had confessed to over 600 murders, making him statistically the most prolific serial killer in American history. But investigators were beginning to realize that the truth was far more complicated than they had initially believed. Lucas wasn't just a killer. He was a master manipulator who had turned confession into an art form, playing law enforcement agencies against each other while basking in the attention his claims generated. The confession chamber had become a theater of the absurd, where truth and lies were so intertwined that separating them became impossible. Lucas held court like a grotesque monarch, dispensing confessions to eager investigators while carefully managing his image as America's deadliest killer. But the performance was about to face its greatest test. As inconsistencies mounted and questions multiplied, some investigators began to wonder whether they had been played by a master con artist whose greatest crime wasn't murder, but the manipulation of truth itself. The fluorescent lights of the Texas death chamber cast an eerie pallor over Henry Lee Lucas as he was strapped to the gurney on March 12, 2001. After 18 years on death row, the man who had claimed to be America's most prolific serial killer was finally facing the ultimate judgment. But even in his final moments, Lucas remained an enigma, a creature whose true nature defied easy categorization or understanding. The journey to this sterile room had been marked by one final, extraordinary twist. In 1998, just days before Lucas was scheduled for execution, Texas Governor George W. Bush had commuted his death sentence to life imprisonment, the only such commutation Bush would grant during his entire tenure as governor. The reason was as complex as Lucas himself. Serious doubts had emerged about many of his confessions, casting shadows over the entire foundation of his case. The reversal began in 1986 when a task force led by Texas Attorney General Jim Maddox launched an intensive investigation into Lucas's claims. What they found shattered the law enforcement community's faith in their star confessor. Of the more than 600 murders Lucas had claimed responsibility for, investigators could definitively link him to only 11 deaths. The rest appeared to be either fantasies, lies told to manipulate the system, or confessions to crimes committed by other killers. Dallas Times Herald journalist Hugh Ainsworth had been among the first to question Lucas's credibility. Through painstaking research, Ainsworth demonstrated that Lucas had confessed to murders committed in different states on the same day, sometimes thousands of miles apart. He had claimed responsibility for killings that occurred while he was provably in jail. Most damning of all, he had confessed to murders that investigation proved he could not possibly have committed. The revelation sent shockwaves through law enforcement agencies across the country. Hundreds of murder cases had been closed based on Lucas's confessions. Families had found closure believing that their loved one's killer had been caught. Prosecutors had built careers on solving previously unsolvable murders. And all of it was built on the manipulative fantasies of a master liar. But the truth about Lucas was more nuanced than simple fraud. While many of his confessions were fabrications, the core murders, those that could be verified through physical evidence and credible witness testimony, revealed a killer of extraordinary brutality and cunning. The problem wasn't that Lucas was innocent. It was that he was guilty of far more than murder. He was guilty of weaponizing the American criminal justice system's desperate need for closure. The verified murders painted a portrait of calculated evil that was perhaps more disturbing than Lucas's inflated claims. Take the murder of Becky Powell, his 15-year-old common-law wife and niece of Otis Toole. Powell had been living with Lucas in a strange relationship that blurred the lines between family, romance, and captivity. When she expressed a desire to return home to her family, Lucas saw it as the ultimate betrayal. According to Lucas's own account, one of the few confessions investigators believed to be truthful, he killed Powell during an argument on a remote Texas highway. But this wasn't a crime of passion. It was a methodical execution. Lucas stabbed her multiple times, then had sexual intercourse with her corpse before dismembering her body and scattering the pieces across the countryside. He kept her head for several days, he claimed, talking to it and treating it like a companion. The murder of Kate Rich, the elderly woman whose disappearance had first led to Lucas's arrest, was similarly brutal. Rich had been a patient, kind woman who had tried to help Lucas when he was living rough in her community. She had offered him food, shelter, and human kindness. Lucas repaid this generosity by strangling her in her own home, then burning her body in a wood-burning stove, piece by piece, over the course of several days. These verified murders shared common elements that revealed Lucas's true methodology. He targeted vulnerable victims, the elderly, the isolated, those society was least likely to miss or vigorously investigate. His kills weren't random acts of violence but calculated predation, carefully planned to minimize his chances of capture while maximizing his opportunities for sadistic pleasure. The psychological profile that emerged from the verified crimes was of a man who had learned to use the system's weaknesses against itself. Lucas understood that law enforcement agencies were under enormous pressure to solve murders, especially those involving innocent victims. He gave them what they wanted: detailed confessions, insider knowledge, and the comfort of believing that a monster had been caged. But Lucas extracted a price for these confessions. He demanded better treatment in jail, special privileges, and most importantly, attention. For a man who had been ignored, abused, and discarded by society, the sudden interest of law enforcement officials was intoxicating. He became addicted to being the center of attention, and he fed that addiction by telling investigators whatever they wanted to hear. The manipulation was sophisticated and systematic. Lucas would study case files that investigators brought him, memorizing details that he would later regurgitate as evidence of his involvement. He developed relationships with guards and inmates who would feed him information about unsolved crimes. He even managed to get access to law enforcement publications and crime scene photographs that he used to enhance his confessions. The case that finally exposed the full extent of Lucas's deception involved the murder of Orange Socks, an unidentified woman found dead beside a Texas highway. Lucas had confessed to this murder in vivid detail, describing how he had picked up the hitchhiker and killed her after she refused his sexual advances. The confession was so convincing that it became the centerpiece of his death penalty conviction. But investigative work by defense attorneys revealed that Lucas had been in jail in another state at the time of the Orange Socks murder. Employment records, jail logs, and witness testimony all confirmed his alibi. The confession that had seemed so credible was pure fiction, crafted from crime scene details that Lucas had obtained through his network of informants and manipulated officials. The Orange Socks revelation forced a complete reevaluation of Lucas's entire catalog of confessions. Investigators realized that they had been so eager to solve cold cases that they had failed to properly verify his claims. They had taken his word over hard evidence, his stories over scientific proof. The result was a massive miscarriage of justice that called into question the integrity of the entire American criminal justice system. The backlash was swift and severe. Prosecutors who had built careers on Lucas' confessions found themselves facing ethics investigations. Police departments that had closed hundreds of cases based on his claims were forced to reopen investigations. Families who had found closure were thrust back into uncertainty, wondering whether their loved ones' real killers were still at large. But perhaps the most disturbing aspect of the Lucas case wasn't his lies. It was the system's willingness to believe them. The task force investigation revealed that law enforcement officials had fed Lucas information, coached his confessions, and ignored inconsistencies that should have raised red flags. They had created a monster more frightening than Lucas himself. A system so desperate for answers that it would accept any solution, no matter how implausible. Lucas seemed to understand the chaos he had created, and he reveled in it. In interviews during his final years, he expressed no remorse for the false confessions, claiming that he had simply given investigators what they wanted. He maintained that he had killed hundreds of people, but he refused to distinguish between his real crimes and his fabricated ones. Truth and lies had become so intermingled in his mind that even he could no longer separate them. The real tragedy of the Lucas case wasn't just the murders he committed or the lies he told. It was the victims whose real killers remained free because investigators had accepted easy answers instead of pursuing difficult truths. Somewhere in America, murderers walked free because Henry Lee Lucas had claimed responsibility for their crimes. Families remained without justice because the system had chosen convenience over truth. When Lucas died in his prison cell on March 12, 2001, he took his secrets with him. The heart attack that claimed his life ended one of the most controversial criminal cases in American history, but it resolved nothing. The questions that had plagued investigators for decades remained unanswered. How many people had Henry Lee Lucas actually killed? Which confessions were true, and which were elaborate fantasies designed to manipulate a broken system? The autopsy revealed a man whose body had been ravaged by decades of abuse, both self-inflicted and imposed by others. His brain showed signs of severe trauma, consistent with the beatings he had received as a child. Toxicology reports indicated chronic alcohol and drug abuse that had pickled his organs and scrambled his neural pathways. This was the physical remains of a human being who had been systematically destroyed from birth, then rebuilt into something monstrous. But Lucas's death didn't end his influence on American criminal justice. His case became a cautionary tale taught in law enforcement academies, a reminder of how eagerness for closure could corrupt the pursuit of truth. Psychological profilers studied his methods of manipulation, trying to understand how one man had managed to fool so many trained investigators for so long. The families of Lucas's verified victims found little comfort in his death. For them, justice had been served too late and in too small a measure. Becky Powell's relatives, who had watched their 15-year-old daughter disappear into Lucas's world of violence, could only take cold satisfaction in knowing that her killer would never hurt anyone else. Kate Rich's surviving family members, who had endured decades of uncertainty about her disappearance, felt cheated by Lucas's natural death. They had wanted him to face the same terror his victims had experienced. More disturbing were the families of victims whose murders Lucas had falsely confessed to committing. These families had built their grief and healing around the belief that their loved one's killer had been caught and punished. Lucas's death forced them to confront the possibility that the real murderer was still alive, still free, perhaps still killing. The closure they had found was revealed to be an illusion, their peace of mind destroyed by the revelation of Lucas's deceptions. The law enforcement community struggled to come to terms with the magnitude of their failure. The Lucas Task Force had estimated that only 3 murders could be definitively attributed to him, though most experts believed the real number was higher, somewhere between 11 and 40 deaths. This meant that potentially hundreds of murder cases that had been closed based on his confessions would need to be reopened and reinvestigated. The financial cost of the Lucas deception was staggering. Thousands of hours of investigative work had been wasted chasing false leads and fabricated confessions. Millions of dollars in taxpayer money had been spent processing and investigating claims that were pure fiction. Entire careers had been built on solving murders that Lucas had never committed, and these careers now lay in ruins. But the human cost was even greater. Real murderers had escaped justice because investigators had accepted Lucas's false confessions instead of pursuing actual leads. Families had been denied true closure because the real killers of their loved ones remained unidentified and unpunished. The credibility of the entire American criminal justice system had been severely damaged by the revelation that so many officials had been duped by a master manipulator. The Lucas case exposed fundamental flaws in how America investigated and prosecuted serial crimes. The lack of communication between jurisdictions had made it easy for Lucas to claim responsibility for murders in different states without anyone checking for inconsistencies. The pressure to solve cold cases had created an environment where investigators were more interested in clearance rates than in actual truth. Perhaps most damaging was the revelation of how Lucas had been treated by the investigators who should have been most skeptical of his claims. Rather than subjecting his confessions to rigorous scrutiny, they had treated him like a celebrity, providing him with privileges and attention that fed his narcissistic need for recognition. They had created a symbiotic relationship where Lucas provided confessions and investigators provided validation, with truth becoming a secondary concern. The psychological community was equally fascinated and horrified by Lucas's case. He represented a new type of criminal, not just a killer, but a master manipulator who had weaponized the confession process itself. Traditional profiles of serial killers didn't account for someone who would lie about murders he hadn't committed, who would claim credit for other killers' work, who would fabricate an entire criminal resume to gain attention and special treatment. Lucas had understood something that his interrogators had missed, that the system needed him more than he needed it. Law enforcement agencies were under enormous pressure to solve murders, especially high-profile cases that generated media attention and public outcry. Lucas gave them what they desperately wanted: solutions to unsolvable crimes, closure for grieving families, and the satisfaction of knowing that a monster had been caged. In return, he had received something he had never experienced before: respect, attention, and a sense of importance. For a man who had been beaten, abused, and discarded by society, the sudden interest of authority figures was intoxicating. He had found a way to transform his most shameful secrets into a source of power and recognition. The media's role in the Lucas phenomenon also came under scrutiny. Journalists had eagerly reported his confessions without adequately investigating their credibility. The story of America's most prolific serial killer was too compelling to question closely, and the media had amplified Lucas's lies to a national audience. When the truth finally emerged, it damaged the credibility of crime reporting and raised questions about the media's responsibility to verify extraordinary claims. True crime entertainment, which had grown into a massive industry, was forced to grapple with the Lucas legacy. Books, documentaries, and television shows had portrayed him as a killing machine of unprecedented scope and brutality. Now they faced the uncomfortable reality that much of their content was based on fabrications and lies. The Lucas case became a cautionary tale about the dangers of sensationalizing crime without proper verification. The ripple effects of Lucas's deception continued long after his death. Defense attorneys in other serial killer cases began challenging confessions more aggressively, pointing to the Lucas case as evidence that even detailed admissions could be fabricated. Prosecutors found it more difficult to secure convictions based solely on confessions, as juries became more skeptical of claims that seemed too comprehensive or convenient. The FBI's Behavioral Analysis Unit was forced to revise its understanding of serial killer psychology to account for the Lucas phenomenon. They developed new protocols for verifying confessions and established stricter standards for accepting claims of multiple murders. The unit also began studying the psychology of false confession, trying to understand why someone would claim credit for crimes they hadn't committed. But perhaps the most lasting impact of the Lucas case was its effect on the families of murder victims. The revelation that one of America's most notorious killers had built his reputation on lies forced many families to confront the possibility that their own cases might have been mishandled. Support groups formed to help families whose cases had been closed based on questionable confessions, providing resources for those seeking to reopen investigations. The Lucas case also highlighted the vulnerability of society's most marginalized victims. Many of the people Lucas had genuinely killed were individuals society was least likely to miss or vigorously investigate. Transients, sex workers, the elderly, and the poor. These victims had been failed twice, first by a killer who targeted their vulnerability, then by a system that used their deaths as props in elaborate fiction. As investigators continued to sort through the wreckage of Lucas's lies, they occasionally discovered genuine crimes that had been overlooked in the chaos. Cold case units across the country began re-examining murders that Lucas had confessed to, applying modern forensic techniques to evidence that had been ignored for decades. Some of these investigations led to the identification of the real killers, providing long-delayed justice for families who had been deceived by Lucas's false confessions. The Henry Lee Lucas case stands as one of the most complex and disturbing criminal investigations in American history. It reveals the dark side of the human need for closure, the dangers of accepting easy answers to difficult questions, and the vulnerability of even sophisticated institutions to manipulation by those who understand their weaknesses. Lucas was more than just a serial killer. He was a mirror that reflected the flaws and failures of the American criminal justice system. His lies revealed uncomfortable truths about how investigations were conducted, how evidence was evaluated, and how desperately society needed to believe that monsters could be caught and caged. The man who claimed to be America's most prolific killer was ultimately something more dangerous. A master manipulator who understood that sometimes the most powerful weapon isn't a knife or gun, but the ability to tell people what they want to hear. His true victim count may never be known, but his impact on American criminal justice will be felt for generations. In death, as in life, Henry Lee Lucas remained an enigma, a creature whose true nature defied easy explanation or understanding. He was simultaneously a victim and a victimizer, a product of unthinkable abuse who became an architect of unthinkable evil. His story serves as a reminder that monsters aren't born in the shadows. They're created in plain sight by systems and people who fail to protect the innocent and vulnerable. The highways of America still stretch endlessly into the distance, carrying their cargo of dreams and nightmares, hope and horror. Somewhere along those roads, the ghost of Henry Lee Lucas continues to travel, a reminder that evil doesn't always announce itself with fanfare and drama. Sometimes it hitchhikes quietly along the shoulder, waiting for the next trusting soul to offer it a ride. The drifter's dark trail finally came to an end in a Texas prison cell, but the questions he raised about truth, justice, and the nature of evil continue to haunt us. In the end, Henry Lee Lucas's greatest crime wasn't the people he killed. It was the trust he murdered, the faith he destroyed, and the certainty he stole from a system that believed it could always tell the difference between truth and lies. His legacy is written in the case files of unsolved murders, the tears of families still seeking justice, and the cautionary protocols that now govern criminal investigations. He was a monster who created other monsters not through violence but through deception, and that, perhaps, was his most terrifying achievement of all. If you're new here, welcome to the channel, where we dive into true crime stories with calmness and respect. A special shout out to my amazing subscribers who've been with me from the start. Thank you for your incredible support. If you're still with me, drop a comment. Let me know where you're tuning in from and what time it is in your part of the world. Or just say hello so I know you're still here. And if you haven't already, make sure to like this video and hit subscribe, so you won't miss any of our upcoming true crime stories perfect for winding down. Now, let's move on to our second story. Story 2, The Unabomber, a terror that lasted decades. A ticking package arrives at your doorstep. The return address means nothing to you. Your fingers trace the brown paper wrapping as you shake it gently, hearing something shift inside. The moment you begin to tear away the tape, 18 years of calculated terror culminates in a thunderous explosion that shatters bone, severs limbs, and transforms an ordinary Tuesday morning into your final breath on Earth. For nearly 2 decades, this nightmare became reality for unsuspecting victims across America. A brilliant mathematician turned domestic terrorist methodically crafted instruments of death from his remote cabin, targeting those he deemed enemies of nature itself. His homemade bombs didn't just kill. They mutilated, maimed, and left survivors forever changed by encounters with twisted metal and explosive fury. The Unabomber's reign of terror claimed 3 lives, wounded 23 others, and held an entire nation hostage to fear. Every package delivery became a potential death sentence. Every university laboratory, every airline office, every tech company executive lived under the shadow of impending doom. This is the story of Theodore John Kaczynski, a mathematical prodigy whose descent into madness unleashed hell through the United States Postal Service, turning everyday mail into weapons of mass destruction that would haunt America for 18 blood-soaked years. Theodore John Kaczynski entered this world on May 22, 1942, in Chicago, Illinois, born into a family that would unknowingly nurture the mind of America's most elusive terrorist. His parents, Theodore Sr. and Wanda Kaczynski, were hardworking Polish Americans who valued education above all else. They had no way of knowing that their intellectually gifted son would one day use his extraordinary intelligence to devise the most sophisticated mail bomb campaign in American history. From his earliest years, young Theodore displayed an intellect that bordered on the supernatural. By age 10, he was solving complex mathematical equations that stumped high school students. His IQ tested at 167, a number that placed him firmly in genius territory. Teachers marveled at his ability to absorb information like a sponge, but they also noticed something unsettling about the boy. He rarely smiled, seldom spoke unless directly questioned, and seemed to observe the world through cold, calculating eyes that held no warmth. The first fracture in Theodore's psyche occurred during his infancy, though its significance wouldn't become apparent until decades later. At 9 months old, he was hospitalized for a severe allergic reaction to medication. For weeks, he lay alone in a sterile hospital room, forbidden from human contact due to quarantine protocols. When he finally returned home, his parents noticed a disturbing change. The once responsive baby had become withdrawn, almost robotic in his interactions. He no longer reached for his mother's embrace or responded to his father's playful gestures. As Theodore grew, his isolation deepened. While other children played in neighborhood streets, he retreated to his room, burying himself in advanced mathematics textbooks and scientific journals. His younger brother David would later describe the household as emotionally barren, dominated by their father's explosive temper and their mother's suffocating perfectionism. Every conversation centered on academic achievement, every interaction measured by intellectual accomplishment. High school offered no respite from his growing alienation. At age 15, Theodore was already taking university-level courses, his mind racing far ahead of his classmates who seemed infantile by comparison. He graduated a year early, but this academic triumph came at a devastating psychological cost. He had never learned to form meaningful relationships, never experienced the joy of friendship, never felt the warmth of belonging to something larger than himself. Harvard University beckoned in 1958, promising intellectual stimulation for a mind hungry for challenge. Theodore threw himself into his studies with frightening intensity, majoring in mathematics while minoring in German. His professors recognized his exceptional abilities immediately, but they also noted his peculiar social awkwardness. He moved through campus like a ghost, attending classes, completing assignments with mechanical precision, then vanishing back into his dormitory room. During his sophomore year at Harvard, Theodore volunteered for what he believed were routine psychological studies. In reality, he had become an unwitting subject in a series of brutal psychological experiments led by Dr. Henry Murray, a Harvard psychologist with connections to the CIA's mind control research program. For 3 years, Theodore endured weekly sessions designed to break down his psychological defenses and reconstruct his personality. The experiments were psychological torture disguised as academic research. Theodore would be seated in a chair while researchers subjected him to strobe lights, loud noises, and humiliating verbal assaults designed to shatter his sense of self. They would record his most intimate beliefs and fantasies, then play them back while mocking his deepest fears and insecurities. These sessions left him trembling with rage, his carefully controlled exterior cracking to reveal a molten core of hatred for the modern world and its institutions. After graduating from Harvard in 1962, Theodore pursued his doctoral studies at the University of Michigan, where he delved deeper into mathematical theory while his contempt for industrial society festered like an infected wound. His dissertation on boundary functions earned him recognition as a rising star in academic mathematics, but success only amplified his sense of disconnection from humanity. In 1967, at age 25, Theodore accepted a position as an assistant professor at the University of California, Berkeley. His colleagues expected great things from the young mathematician, but they were unprepared for his complete lack of social skills and his growing hostility toward technology. He taught his classes with minimal interaction, delivering lectures in a monotone voice while staring at equations on the blackboard rather than engaging with his students. The Berkeley campus buzzed with counterculture energy during the late 1960s, but Theodore remained immune to the social movements swirling around him. While students protested the Vietnam War and championed civil rights, he retreated deeper into his private world of mathematical abstractions and growing paranoia about technological progress. He began writing lengthy journal entries expressing his belief that industrial civilization was destroying human freedom and dignity. After just 2 years at Berkeley, Theodore shocked his colleagues by abruptly resigning his position without explanation. The promising academic career that had seemed destined for greatness came to a sudden, inexplicable end. His department chairman later recalled that Theodore had seemed increasingly agitated and distracted in the weeks leading up to his departure, often muttering under his breath about the evils of modern society. The decision to abandon academia marked a crucial turning point in Theodore's transformation from brilliant mathematician to domestic terrorist. He had rejected the one arena where his exceptional abilities might have been channeled toward constructive purposes. Instead, He began plotting his escape from civilization itself, dreaming of a primitive existence where he could live according to his own twisted philosophy. Theodore's parents were devastated by his decision to walk away from academic success, but they were even more alarmed by his increasingly radical ideas about technology and progress. During family visits, he would launch into lengthy tirades about the dehumanizing effects of industrial civilization, his voice rising to near hysterical levels as he condemned computers, automobiles, and modern medicine as instruments of oppression. His brother David watched helplessly as Theodore's grip on reality seemed to loosen with each passing month. The brilliant young man who had once solved complex mathematical theorems with elegant precision was now consumed by apocalyptic visions of technological destruction. He spoke obsessively about the need to halt industrial progress through violent means, his eyes burning with messianic fervor as he outlined his plans for revolutionary action. The transformation was nearly complete. All that remained was finding the perfect isolated location where Theodore could put his murderous theories into practice. He began scouring real estate listings for remote properties, searching for a place where he could build bombs without interference from neighbors or law enforcement. The hunt for his wilderness headquarters had begun, and with it, the countdown to 18 years of terror. As 1970 dawned, Theodore John Kaczynski was no longer a mathematician. He had become something far more dangerous, a brilliant sociopath armed with advanced technical knowledge and an unshakable belief that mass murder was not only justified but necessary to save humanity from itself. The stage was set for one of the most prolonged and sophisticated terrorist campaigns in American history. The seeds of destruction, planted in childhood isolation and watered by psychological torture, were finally ready to bloom into deadly violence that would claim innocent lives across the nation. Theodore's journey from prodigy to predator was complete, and America was about to pay the price for creating a monster. Deep within the wilderness of Lincoln, Montana, a one-room cabin stood like a cancer growing in the pristine forest. Measuring just 10 feet by 12 feet, this crude structure became the headquarters for the most sophisticated domestic terrorism campaign in American history. Inside these weathered wooden walls, Theodore Kaczynski would spend the next quarter-century perfecting his craft, the art of building bombs designed to maim, mutilate, and murder innocent people. The cabin itself was a testament to Theodore's rejection of modern conveniences. No electricity illuminated the cramped interior, no running water provided basic sanitation, no telephone connected him to the outside world he despised. Oil lamps cast flickering shadows across handwritten manuscripts and crude wooden furniture he had constructed himself. The air hung thick with the acrid smell of chemicals, metal shavings, and the musty odor of a hermit who bathed only when absolutely necessary. But appearances were deceiving. This primitive dwelling contained one of the most dangerous bomb-making laboratories ever discovered on American soil. Crude shelves lined the walls, loaded with glass jars containing explosive chemicals, spools of wire for detonators, and an arsenal of metal pipes that would soon be transformed into instruments of death. Every surface was covered with technical drawings, chemical formulas, and detailed plans for increasingly sophisticated explosive devices. Theodore's daily routine revolved around perfection of his murderous craft. He would rise before dawn, brewing coffee over a wood-burning stove while mentally reviewing the day's bomb-making activities. After a meager breakfast of canned goods and dried vegetables, he would settle at his workbench, a rough wooden table scarred by acid burns and metal fragments from countless explosive experiments. His hands, though weathered from years of wilderness living, retained the delicate precision of a surgeon as he assembled his devices. Each bomb was a work of deadly artistry, constructed with meticulous attention to detail that reflected his mathematical training. He would spend hours calculating the exact amount of explosive needed to achieve maximum destruction, the precise placement of shrapnel to cause the most horrific injuries, the perfect trigger mechanism to ensure detonation at the moment of maximum impact. The evolution of Theodore's bomb designs revealed a mind obsessed with inflicting the greatest possible suffering on his victims. His early devices were relatively crude affairs, simple pipe bombs packed with black powder and metal fragments. But as his skills developed, his creations became increasingly sophisticated and deadly. He experimented with different types of explosives, testing their destructive power in the remote wilderness surrounding his cabin. The forest echoed with the thunder of detonations as Theodore perfected his techniques. Trees were shattered, rocks pulverized, and small animals unfortunate enough to be caught in the blast radius were torn apart by flying shrapnel. These wilderness explosions served as both testing grounds and rehearsals for the carnage he planned to unleash on human targets. Theodore's workshop contained an inventory of death that would have impressed military ordnance experts. Shelves groaned under the weight of potassium chlorate, aluminum powder, and ammonium nitrate, chemicals that could be combined to create explosions capable of leveling buildings. Coils of copper wire, electronic timers, and pressure-sensitive switches waited to be incorporated into increasingly complex triggering mechanisms. His attention to detail was pathological. Every bomb component was carefully selected and tested multiple times before being incorporated into a finished device. He would spend days crafting wooden boxes that would house his explosives, sanding each surface smooth and applying multiple coats of stain to achieve the appearance of quality craftsmanship. The packages needed to look legitimate, even attractive, to lure unsuspecting victims into handling them. The psychological torture Theodore inflicted on his targets began long before his bombs exploded. He crafted each package to appear as innocuous as possible: academic books, computer components, or scientific instruments that would naturally appeal to his intended victims. The return addresses were carefully forged to suggest legitimate sources, often referencing real universities or technology companies. Inside the cabin, detailed maps of the United States covered one entire wall, marked with red pins indicating potential targets and transportation routes. Theodore had divided his enemies into categories: university professors advancing computer science and genetic engineering, airline executives promoting rapid transportation, and corporate leaders driving technological progress. Each group represented a different aspect of the industrial civilization he was determined to destroy. His target selection process revealed a methodical mind driven by ideological hatred. Theodore would spend months researching potential victims, studying their academic papers, reading their corporate biographies, and analyzing their contributions to technological advancement. He maintained detailed files on each target, complete with photographs, home addresses, and personal information that would help him craft the perfect explosive trap. The bomb construction process itself was a ritual of destruction that Theodore performed with religious devotion. He would begin by carefully measuring explosive powder, his movements precise and deliberate as he filled metal pipes or wooden boxes with deadly compounds. Next came the shrapnel, razor blades, nails, ball bearings, and metal fragments designed to tear through human flesh with maximum efficiency. The triggering mechanisms were works of diabolical engineering. Theodore developed increasingly sophisticated methods for ensuring his bombs would detonate at the precise moment when they would cause the most damage. Some devices were triggered by opening a package, others by lifting a book cover, and still others by the subtle motion of removing an object from an envelope. Each trigger was calibrated to activate when the victim was in the most vulnerable position possible. Between bomb-making sessions, Theodore wrote extensively about his philosophy and methods. His journal entries revealed a mind completely disconnected from human empathy, viewing his victims not as people but as symbols of the technological system he opposed. He wrote detailed accounts of his bombing techniques, complete with diagrams and chemical formulas, treating mass murder as an intellectual exercise worthy of academic study. The cabin's isolation was both a blessing and a curse for Theodore's terrorist activities. The remote location allowed him to conduct explosive experiments without detection, but it also required careful planning for obtaining supplies and delivering his deadly packages. He would make periodic trips to nearby towns, purchasing chemicals and materials from different suppliers to avoid suspicion. His appearance during these supply runs was carefully calculated to avoid drawing attention. Theodore would clean himself up as much as possible, trimming his wild beard and donning his cleanest clothes before venturing into civilization. He paid for everything in cash, never using credit cards or checks that might create a paper trail leading back to his wilderness hideout. The psychological pressure of living in complete isolation while planning mass murder began to take its toll on Theodore's already fragile mental state. His journal entries became increasingly paranoid and disconnected from reality. He wrote about government surveillance, imaginary persecutors, and elaborate conspiracy theories that justified his violent actions. As the months turned into years, Theodore's bomb-making skills reached terrifying levels of sophistication. His devices incorporated multiple fail-safes to ensure detonation, backup triggering mechanisms in case the primary system failed, and carefully calculated explosive charges designed to maximize casualties. He had transformed himself from a failed academic into America's most dangerous domestic terrorist. The cabin in Lincoln, Montana, had become a factory of death, producing weapons of terror that would soon bring unprecedented horror to universities, airlines, and corporate offices across the nation. Theodore's deadly apprenticeship was complete, and he was ready to begin his campaign of violence against the modern world he blamed for his own psychological destruction. May 25, 1978, marked the beginning of America's longest and most psychologically devastating domestic terrorism campaign. Northwestern University engineering professor Buckley Crist arrived at his office that morning expecting another routine day of academic work. Instead, he found a package addressed to him, carefully wrapped and bearing the return address of a colleague at a different university. The moment Professor Crist opened that innocent-looking parcel, Theodore Kaczynski's reign of terror began with a thunderous explosion that sent shrapnel tearing through flesh and bone. The bomb detonated with savage precision, designed not just to kill but to inflict maximum suffering. Metal fragments ripped through Professor Crist's hands and arms, leaving wounds that would require multiple surgeries and months of agonizing recovery. The explosion's force was carefully calculated, powerful enough to cause devastating injuries but not quite lethal enough to spare the victim from years of pain and disability. This inaugural attack established the terrifying pattern that would define the Unabomber's methodology for the next 18 years. Theodore's victims were not chosen randomly. They were carefully selected targets whose work represented everything he despised about modern technological civilization. University professors, airline executives, computer scientists, and genetic researchers all found themselves in the crosshairs of a madman's ideological war. The second attack came just months later, demonstrating Theodore's commitment to sustained violence. Terry Marker, a graduate student at Northwestern University, discovered a package in a common area of the engineering building. The moment he touched the device, it exploded with bone-shattering force, sending him to the hospital with severe lacerations and permanent hearing damage. The randomness of this second attack sent shockwaves through the academic community. Anyone could be next. Airlines became a particular focus of Theodore's homicidal attention, earning him the FBI codename Unabomb for university and airline bomber. On November 15, 1979, American Airlines Flight 444 from Chicago to Washington became a flying bomb when Theodore's device activated in the cargo hold. Only a malfunction in the triggering mechanism prevented the aircraft from exploding in midair, killing all 85 passengers and crew members aboard. The failed airline bombing revealed the truly staggering scope of Theodore's murderous ambitions. He wasn't content with killing individual victims. He was willing to murder entire planeloads of innocent people to advance his twisted ideology. The device found in the cargo hold was sophisticated enough to have brought down the aircraft, creating a mass casualty event that would have shocked the nation. Percy Wood, president of United Airlines, became Theodore's next target in a bombing that demonstrated his escalating ruthlessness. On June 10, 1980, Wood received a package containing what appeared to be a book titled Ice Brothers. The moment he opened the cover, the device exploded with devastating force, filling his body with shrapnel and leaving him permanently disabled. The explosion was so violent that fragments of the bomb were embedded in office walls 20 feet away. The attacks continued with relentless precision throughout the early 1980s, each one more sophisticated than the last. Diogenes Angelikos, an electrical engineering professor at the University of California, Berkeley, lost several fingers when he opened a package containing Theodore's latest creation. The bomb was designed with particular cruelty. The explosion was timed to occur just as the victim achieved a secure grip on the device, ensuring maximum hand and arm damage. Theodore's psychological warfare extended beyond the physical destruction of his bombs. He began including taunting letters with some devices, written in a precise, academic tone that made his threats even more chilling. These communications revealed a mind completely detached from human suffering, treating his victims like laboratory specimens in a deadly experiment designed to halt technological progress. The investigation that would eventually span nearly 2 decades began to take shape as FBI agents recognized the methodical patterns in the attacks. Special Agent Jim Freeman, who would spend his entire career hunting the Unabomber, later described the case as a nightmare of false leads, dead ends, and mounting pressure from a terrified public. Every bombing brought new evidence, but also new questions about the identity and motivations of America's most elusive terrorist. On May 5, 1982, Theodore demonstrated his willingness to kill innocent bystanders when his bomb injured Janet Smith, a secretary at Vanderbilt University. Smith had the misfortune of handling a package intended for a computer science professor, and the explosion left her with severe burns and permanent scars. This attack marked a turning point in public perception. The Unabomber was willing to harm anyone who came into contact with his devices. The first death came on December 11, 1985, when Hugh Scruton, owner of a computer rental store in Sacramento, California, picked up what appeared to be a piece of debris from his parking lot. The moment Scruton touched the package, Theodore's bomb exploded with lethal force, sending shrapnel through his heart and killing him instantly. The successful murder sent shockwaves through law enforcement. The Unabomber had crossed the line from terrorism to homicide. Theodore's bombs became increasingly sophisticated as the 1980s progressed, incorporating multiple fail-safes and backup detonation systems that made them nearly impossible to safely defuse. His devices featured pressure-sensitive triggers, motion detectors, and even light-sensitive switches that would activate when a package was opened. Each bomb was a masterpiece of deadly engineering that reflected its creator's brilliant but twisted mind. The death toll mounted steadily throughout the late 1980s and early 1990s. Thomas Mosser, an advertising executive, was killed on December 10, 1994, when he opened a package at his New Jersey home. The explosion occurred in front of his wife and children, traumatizing his family with the sight of his mutilated body and filling their home with the acrid smell of explosives and burned flesh. Gilbert Murray, president of the California Forestry Association, became Theodore's final victim on April 24, 1995. The bomb that killed Murray was one of Theodore's most sophisticated devices, incorporating multiple triggering mechanisms and enough explosive power to demolish a small building. The explosion was so violent that pieces of Murray's body were found embedded in office walls and ceiling tiles. Throughout these 18 years of terror, Theodore continued to refine his bombing techniques and expand his target list. His devices incorporated increasingly exotic explosives and triggering mechanisms that demonstrated his growing expertise in the science of destruction. Each attack built upon the lessons learned from previous bombings, creating an escalating cycle of violence that terrorized the entire nation. The psychological impact of the Unabomber campaign extended far beyond his immediate victims. Millions of Americans began viewing every unexpected package with suspicion and dread. Universities implemented new security protocols, airlines increased cargo screening procedures, and corporate executives hired bodyguards to protect them from mail bombs. Theodore's reign of terror had achieved one of his primary goals: disrupting the normal functioning of technological society through fear and paranoia. The mere possibility of receiving a Unabomber package changed how Americans interacted with their mail, their workplaces, and their daily lives. He had successfully held an entire nation hostage to his twisted ideology, proving that a single determined terrorist could inflict psychological damage far exceeding the scope of his physical attacks. The 18-year campaign represented one of the most sustained and sophisticated terrorism efforts in American history, demonstrating how a brilliant but disturbed individual could use the freedoms of democratic society to wage war against that very system. Theodore's bombs had killed 3 people, wounded 23 others, and traumatized millions more who lived under the constant threat of becoming his next victim. By 1995, Theodore Kaczynski had perfected his art of terror, leaving behind a trail of mutilated bodies and shattered lives that stretched across nearly 2 decades. His bombs had grown increasingly sophisticated, his target selection more precise, and his psychological warfare more refined. But the brilliant mathematician who had evaded capture for 18 years was about to make a fatal miscalculation that would lead to his downfall. the decision to emerge from the shadows and reveal his twisted ideology to the world. The turning point came when Theodore decided that bombing alone was insufficient to achieve his revolutionary goals. He had killed and maimed with methodical precision, but the technological civilization he despised continued its relentless advance. Computers grew more powerful, genetic engineering expanded, and industrial society showed no signs of the collapse he had orchestrated through violence. The time had come for a different strategy, one that would expose his brilliant mind to public scrutiny and ultimately seal his fate. On April 24, 1995, the same day Gilbert Murray died in an explosion of metal and fire, Theodore mailed letters to major newspapers announcing his intention to cease the bombing campaign under specific conditions. His demands were audacious in their simplicity. He wanted his manifesto published in full by a major newspaper or magazine, reaching millions of readers who would finally understand the philosophical foundation underlying his murderous crusade. The manifesto itself was a 35,000-word academic treatise titled Industrial Society and Its Future, written in the precise, methodical style of a university professor presenting a scholarly argument. But beneath its academic veneer lay the deranged worldview of a mass murderer who believed that technological progress was destroying human freedom and dignity. Theodore argued that modern society had reduced people to cogs in an industrial machine, and only a violent revolution could restore humanity's connection to nature. The document revealed a mind of staggering arrogance and intellectual pretension. Theodore presented himself as a visionary philosopher whose violent actions were necessary to save humanity from itself. He wrote about the psychology of modern leftism, the power process, and the inevitable collapse of industrial civilization with the authority of someone who believed his mathematical training qualified him to restructure human society through terror and murder. FBI behavioral analysts who studied the manifesto were struck by its author's complete lack of empathy for his victims. Theodore wrote about his bombing campaign with clinical detachment, treating the deaths and maimings he had caused as necessary sacrifices in service of a higher cause. The document contained no expressions of remorse, no acknowledgement of the suffering he had inflicted, and no recognition that his victims were human beings rather than abstract symbols of technological oppression. The challenge facing law enforcement was unprecedented. Never before had a terrorist demanded such extensive media coverage as a condition for ending his campaign of violence. The FBI found itself in an impossible position. Refusing to publish the manifesto might trigger additional bombings, but giving Theodore the platform he demanded would reward terrorism and potentially inspire copycat attacks. Attorney General Janet Reno ultimately made the controversial decision to authorize publication, reasoning that the potential for saving lives outweighed concerns about negotiating with terrorists. On September 19, 1995, the Washington Post published Theodore's manifesto in full, accompanied by extensive commentary explaining the circumstances that led to this unprecedented decision. The publication of Industrial Society and Its Future marked the beginning of the end for America's most elusive terrorist. Millions of Americans read Theodore's words, analyzing his writing style, his philosophical arguments, and his personal obsessions. Among those readers was David Kaczynski, Theodore's younger brother, who recognized disturbing similarities between the manifesto and letters he had received from his reclusive sibling over the years. David's growing suspicions about his brother's involvement in the Unabomber campaign created an agonizing moral dilemma that would haunt him for years. The evidence seemed overwhelming: Theodore's mathematical background, his anti-technology philosophy, his geographical proximity to several bombing locations, and most damning of all, his writing style that bore unmistakable resemblances to the manifesto's academic prose. The decision to contact authorities required David to confront the possibility that his own brother was responsible for 18 years of terrorism that had killed innocent people and terrorized the nation. Family loyalty battled against civic duty as David struggled with the knowledge that his information might lead to Theodore's execution. The internal torment was compounded by his wife Linda's encouragement to come forward, despite the devastating consequences for their family. On February 15, 1996, David Kaczynski made the phone call that would end the longest domestic terrorism case in American history. He contacted the FBI through his attorney, providing investigators with copies of letters Theodore had written over the years, along with detailed information about his brother's background, beliefs, and current location. The similarities between Theodore's personal correspondence and the published manifesto were striking enough to warrant immediate investigation. FBI agents assigned to the Unabomber task force were initially skeptical of this latest tip. Over the years, they had investigated thousands of suspects, followed countless false leads, and endured the frustration of watching their primary target remain one step ahead of the most extensive manhunt in American history. But the evidence David provided was more compelling than anything they had encountered during the 18-year investigation. The handwriting analysis alone was devastating to Theodore's anonymity. Forensic experts comparing his personal letters to the manifesto found consistent patterns in letter formation, punctuation habits, and stylistic preferences that suggested common authorship. The linguistic analysis was even more conclusive, revealing shared vocabulary, grammatical structures, and philosophical concepts that appeared in both documents. Surveillance of Theodore's Lincoln, Montana, cabin began immediately, though investigators had to proceed with extreme caution. They were dealing with a suspect who had demonstrated extraordinary skill in bomb construction and had evaded capture for nearly 2 decades. The remote location of his hideout made direct observation difficult, but aerial surveillance and long-range monitoring gradually confirmed that the cabin's occupant matched the physical description of several Unabomber witnesses. On April 3, 1996, federal agents surrounded Theodore's primitive cabin in a carefully coordinated operation designed to prevent him from destroying evidence or triggering explosive booby traps. The man they found chopping wood outside his one-room home looked like a stereotypical mountain hermit. Wild beard, tattered clothing, and suspicious eyes that darted nervously as agents identified themselves. Theodore initially attempted to maintain his cover as a simple wilderness recluse, but the evidence found inside his cabin demolished any pretense of innocence. Investigators discovered a treasure trove of bomb-making materials, detailed journals describing the construction and deployment of explosive devices, and most damning of all, the original typescript of the manifesto complete with handwritten revisions and corrections. The cabin itself was a testament to Theodore's transformation from brilliant academic to deadly terrorist. Every surface was covered with chemical formulas, bomb designs, and target lists that revealed the methodical planning behind 18 years of violence. Glass jars containing explosive compounds lined crude wooden shelves, while coils of wire and electronic components waited to be assembled into instruments of death. Theodore's journals provided a chilling window into the mind of a terrorist who viewed murder as an intellectual exercise. Page after page documented his bomb-making experiments, his target selection process, and his psychological analysis of the fear and panic his attacks generated. He wrote about his victims with complete emotional detachment, treating their deaths and injuries as data points in a grand experiment designed to halt technological progress. The evidence was overwhelming, but Theodore's arrest marked only the beginning of a legal battle that would determine whether America's most notorious domestic terrorist would face execution for his crimes. His defense team, led by attorney Quinn Denvere, faced the nearly impossible task of explaining 18 years of methodical violence while avoiding the death penalty that federal prosecutors were determined to seek. Theodore's initial courtroom appearances revealed a defendant who maintained the same arrogant intellectual superiority that had characterized his bombing campaign. He attempted to use his trial as a platform for promoting his anti-technology philosophy, viewing the legal proceedings as another opportunity to spread his message of violent revolution against industrial society. The prosecution's case was built upon a mountain of physical evidence that connected Theodore to each bombing through forensic analysis, witness testimony, and his own detailed records of the attacks. Prosecutors methodically demonstrated how the mathematical precision evident in his bomb designs reflected the defendant's academic background, while the sophisticated triggering mechanisms revealed knowledge that few individuals possessed. Theodore's attempt to represent himself in court backfired spectacularly when his erratic behavior and rambling philosophical speeches convinced observers that he was mentally unstable rather than a misunderstood visionary. His refusal to cooperate with his own defense team, combined with his obvious contempt for the legal system, undermined any sympathy he might have generated among jurors. On January 22, 1998, facing overwhelming evidence and the prospect of execution, Theodore Kaczynski accepted a plea agreement that sentenced him to life imprisonment without possibility of parole. The deal spared him from death row but ensured that he would spend the remainder of his days in the maximum security federal prison at ADX Florence, Colorado, alongside other notorious terrorists and mass murderers. The conclusion of the Unabomber case marked the end of the longest and most expensive domestic terrorism investigation in American history. The FBI had spent over $50 million and assigned more than 500 agents to the case at its peak, generating over 200 suspects and following thousands of leads across multiple continents. The breakthrough came not from sophisticated investigative techniques, but from a brother's agonizing decision to choose justice over family loyalty. Theodore's capture and conviction brought closure to the families of his victims, but the psychological scars from 18 years of terror would never fully heal. The survivors of his attacks continued to cope with physical disabilities, emotional trauma, and the haunting knowledge that they had been selected for violence by a brilliant madman who viewed their suffering as necessary for humanity's salvation. The Unabomber case fundamentally changed how Americans view domestic terrorism and the vulnerability of modern society to attacks by determined individuals. Theodore's campaign demonstrated that a single person with sufficient intelligence and commitment could hold an entire nation hostage to fear, disrupting normal life and forcing costly security measures that continue to this day. His manifesto, despite its violent origins, continues to be studied by scholars, philosophers, and extremists who find validation for their own anti-technology beliefs in Theodore's academic prose. The document stands as a chilling reminder that intellectual brilliance, when combined with psychological instability and moral blindness, can produce monsters capable of justifying any atrocity in service of their twisted ideology. Theodore John Kaczynski remains imprisoned in a concrete cell measuring 7 by 12 feet, smaller than the cabin where he crafted his instruments of death. He spends 23 hours a day in solitary confinement, his brilliant mind now focused on legal appeals and philosophical writings that will never again reach a mass audience. The mathematician who once terrorized a nation has become a forgotten relic of America's darkest domestic terrorism campaign. The story of the Unabomber serves as a permanent reminder that the greatest threats to society often come not from foreign enemies or organized terrorist groups, but from disturbed individuals whose intelligence makes them uniquely dangerous. Theodore's 18-year reign of terror proved that in a free society, the line between genius and monster can be terrifyingly thin, and the consequences of crossing that line can echo through generations of survivors who will never forget the day an innocent package became an instrument of unspeakable horror. If you're enjoying these stories, don't forget to leave a comment. I'd love to hear where you're tuning in from and what time it is in your part of the world. And if you haven't already, be sure to like this video and subscribe so you don't miss the next true crime story to help you drift off to sleep. Now, let's move on to our third story. Story 3, The Angel of Death, Dr. Harold Shipman's Reign of Terror. Death wore a stethoscope and carried a doctor's bag through the quiet streets of Hyde, Greater Manchester. For over 2 decades, Dr. Harold Frederick Shipman moved like a phantom through his community, his presence bringing not healing, but an inexplicable wave of mortality that would eventually claim the lives of at least 218 innocent souls. Trusted implicitly, revered by his patients, and respected by his peers, this seemingly benevolent family physician harbored a darkness so profound that it would redefine the very concept of medical evil. What transformed a healer into history's most prolific serial killer? How did a man sworn to preserve life become its most calculating destroyer? This is the chilling chronicle of Britain's deadliest doctor, a predator who weaponized trust, perverted medicine, and turned the sacred doctor-patient relationship into a hunting ground for human prey. The genesis of evil often lurks behind the most ordinary facades, and Harold Frederick Shipman's early life offered few clues to the monster he would become. Born on January 14, 1946, in the working-class district of Nottingham, young Harold appeared destined for respectability rather than infamy. His childhood home on Edwards Lane bore no resemblance to the chambers of horror that would later define his legacy. Vera Shipman, Harold's mother, dominated the household with an iron will that would unconsciously shape her son's future relationship with control and power. A formidable woman who demanded excellence and obedience, Vera instilled in Harold an obsessive need for perfection that would later manifest in his meticulous approach to murder. The boy who once eagerly sought his mother's approval would grow into a man who craved the ultimate control over life and death itself. Harold's academic prowess became evident early, his sharp intellect cutting through educational challenges with surgical precision. Teachers praised his dedication, classmates admired his confidence, and his family basked in the glow of his achievements. Yet behind those calculating eyes, something darker was already taking root: a fascination with authority, a hunger for control, and a disturbing detachment from human emotion that would prove catastrophic. The pivotal moment that many would later identify as the catalyst for Shipman's transformation occurred when he was 17. Vera Shipman fell gravely ill with lung cancer, her robust frame gradually withering under the disease's relentless assault. Harold watched helplessly as his mother's strength ebbed away, but what haunted him most was witnessing the morphine injections that provided her relief. As the needle pierced her skin and the drug coursed through her veins, Vera's anguished features would soften into peaceful tranquility. This observation would prove prophetic. The teenage Harold became mesmerized by the power of that injection. How a simple syringe could transform suffering into serenity. How one person could wield such absolute control over another's experience. When Vera finally succumbed to her illness, Harold's grief was complicated by a disturbing fascination with the process he had witnessed. The seeds of his future methodology were planted in that death-shadowed bedroom. Medical school at Leeds University welcomed Harold Shipman in 1965, where his academic excellence continued to impress faculty and peers alike. He was methodical, precise, and demonstrated an uncanny ability to remain calm under pressure, qualities that made him an exemplary medical student. His professors noted his particular interest in pharmacology, especially the effects of various drugs on the human nervous system. What they interpreted as scholarly curiosity was actually the budding killer refining his future weapons. During his clinical rotations, Shipman's behavior patterns began to crystallize. He preferred working alone, often volunteered for night shifts when supervision was minimal, and showed an unusual interest in elderly and vulnerable patients. Fellow students noticed his peculiar bedside manner. While technically competent, he seemed to derive an almost clinical satisfaction from patients' dependence on his care. His personal relationships during medical school revealed troubling patterns. Primrose Oxtoby, the woman who would become his wife, was drawn to Harold's confidence and apparent stability. However, those closest to him observed his need to dominate conversations, his intolerance of disagreement, and his subtle manipulation of situations to ensure he remained in control. These traits, initially dismissed as the quirks of an ambitious young doctor, were actually the behavioral framework of a future predator. Shipman's drug experimentation began during his final year at Leeds. Initially presenting as study aids to combat the pressures of medical school, his pharmaceutical dabbling quickly evolved into something more sinister. He began acquiring prescription medications through various means, ostensibly for research purposes, but his true motivation was exploring the euphoric and controlling effects of different substances. This early addiction would later provide the perfect cover for his murderous activities. Graduation in 1970 marked not the beginning of a healing career, but the unleashing of Britain's most devastating medical predator. Shipman's first position as a house officer at Pontefract General Infirmary placed him in direct contact with the elderly and infirm, the demographic that would become his preferred hunting ground. Hospital records from this period, later scrutinized by investigators, revealed an unusual number of unexpected deaths during Shipman's shifts. The young doctor's methodology was already taking shape. He would identify vulnerable patients, typically elderly individuals with complex medical histories, and gradually assume primary responsibility for their care. His colleagues appreciated his willingness to take on difficult cases, interpreting his eagerness as dedication rather than predation. Once he had established control, the killing could begin. His first confirmed murder likely occurred during this residency period, though the exact victim remains unknown. What investigators later determined was that Shipman's pattern involved selecting patients who were already seriously ill, making their deaths appear natural and expected. He would administer fatal doses of morphine, a powerful opioid that would cause peaceful death while leaving minimal forensic evidence. The psychological satisfaction Shipman derived from these early murders was intoxicating. He experienced the ultimate expression of power, the ability to grant or deny life itself. Each death reinforced his sense of superiority and control, feeding an insatiable appetite for dominance that would drive him to kill again and again for the next 3 decades. His marriage to Primrose in 1972 provided the perfect facade of normalcy. To the outside world, they appeared to be a conventional medical family, the dedicated young doctor and his supportive wife building a life together. Primrose's unwavering loyalty and apparent blindness to her husband's true nature would prove invaluable in maintaining his cover. She became not just his wife, but an unwitting accomplice in his deception. The birth of their children further enhanced Shipman's public image as a family man devoted to healing and caring. Neighbors observed him playing with his children. Colleagues saw him balancing professional demands with parental responsibilities, and patients witnessed his apparent compassion for families facing medical crises. This carefully constructed persona was masterfully designed to deflect any suspicion from his murderous activities. As his residency neared its end, Shipman began planning his next move with characteristic precision. He sought a position that would provide maximum access to vulnerable patients with minimal oversight, a general practice serving an elderly population. His research led him to Todmorden, a small market town in West Yorkshire where the aging demographic and limited medical resources would create the perfect hunting ground. The transition to Todmorden in 1974 marked the beginning of Shipman's most prolific killing period. As a general practitioner in a tight-knit community, he would gain unprecedented access to patients' homes, medical records, and personal lives. The trust that elderly patients placed in their family doctor would become his most powerful weapon. But even as he prepared to unleash his full murderous potential, warning signs were already emerging. His drug addiction, initially controlled and hidden, was beginning to affect his behavior. Colleagues occasionally noticed his dilated pupils, unexplained mood swings, and paranoid tendencies. Pharmacy records showed unusual patterns in his prescription requests, particularly for pethidine, a powerful painkiller he was increasingly using for personal consumption. These red flags, ignored or explained away by those around him, represented missed opportunities that could have prevented countless deaths. The medical community's reluctance to police its own members, combined with the deference shown to qualified physicians, created an environment where Shipman's aberrant behavior was rationalized rather than investigated. As 1974 drew to a close, Dr. Harold Shipman had completed his transformation from promising medical student to calculating serial killer. The stage was set for a reign of terror that would span decades and claim hundreds of lives. The quiet market town of Todmorden was about to become the first hunting ground for Britain's Angel of Death. The cobblestone streets of Todmorden whispered no warnings as Dr. Harold Shipman arrived in March 1974 to join the Abraham Ormond Medical Center. This picturesque market town, nestled in the Pennines where Yorkshire meets Lancashire, seemed an unlikely setting for mass murder. Its elderly population, many living alone in terraced houses that had sheltered generations, represented not a community to be served, but prey to be stalked by their new family physician. Shipman's integration into the practice was seamless, his charm and apparent competence quickly winning over both colleagues and patients. Dr. Michael Grieve, the senior partner, was particularly impressed by the young doctor's willingness to make house calls at all hours, a dedication that Grieve interpreted as professional commitment rather than predatory opportunism. What the established physicians failed to recognize was that these solitary visits to isolated patients' homes provided Shipman with the perfect killing conditions. The methodology that would define Shipman's quarter-century murder spree crystallized during those early months in Todmorden. He would systematically identify vulnerable targets, typically elderly patients with chronic conditions who lived alone and received infrequent visits from family members. His careful selection process ensured that deaths would appear natural and expected, eliminating the likelihood of extensive medical examination or family suspicion. Mrs. Eva Lyons became one of his earliest victims, though her death on March 17, 1975, was recorded as heart failure due to coronary thrombosis. The 70-year-old widow had been battling diabetes and heart problems, making her death seem tragically inevitable to those who knew her medical history. What they couldn't have known was that Shipman had administered a fatal dose of morphine during what appeared to be a routine house call to check on her condition. The killing process itself revealed Shipman's disturbing psychological makeup. Former colleagues later recalled his unusual calmness when reporting patient deaths, his lack of visible emotion when comforting grieving families, and his peculiar habit of immediately taking charge of death arrangements. What appeared to be professional efficiency was actually the predator savoring his conquest while positioning himself to control the narrative surrounding each murder. Shipman's drug addiction intensified during this period, fed by his unlimited access to controlled substances and the adrenaline rush of successful kills. He became increasingly dependent on pethidine, forging prescriptions and manipulating patient records to maintain his supply. The irony was darkly poetic. The same drugs he used to murder his patients were slowly destroying his own mental stability and judgment. Dr. Grieve first noticed irregularities in July 1975 when a pharmacy contacted the practice about unusual prescription patterns. Shipman's pethidine requests were far exceeding normal clinical requirements, and his explanations for the discrepancies were becoming increasingly elaborate and unconvincing. When confronted, Shipman displayed the manipulative skills that had served him throughout his killing career, offering plausible medical justifications while subtly deflecting blame onto clerical errors and pharmacy miscommunications. The investigation that followed revealed the tip of a devastating iceberg. Controlled substance records showed that Shipman had been systematically overprescribing pethidine, allegedly for patient pain management, then diverting significant quantities for personal use. His addiction had reached the point where he was injecting himself multiple times daily, often between patient consultations, maintaining his performance through a combination of narcotic euphoria and predatory satisfaction. However, the true scope of Shipman's crimes remained hidden. The focus on his drug addiction overshadowed any examination of patient death rates, and his colleagues' primary concern was addressing his substance abuse rather than investigating potential medical malpractice. This narrow focus would prove catastrophic, allowing a prolific killer to continue his spree after a brief interruption for treatment. The confrontation with his partners forced Shipman to demonstrate the acting skills that had made his deception possible. He expressed apparent remorse, claimed the addiction had developed due to work stress and personal problems, and promised complete cooperation with treatment protocols. His performance was so convincing that his colleagues felt sympathy rather than suspicion, viewing him as a talented doctor who had succumbed to occupational hazards rather than a predator who had weaponized his medical training. Shipman's resignation from the practice in October 1975 was presented as a mutual decision to allow him time for rehabilitation and reflection. The official narrative portrayed a promising physician whose career had been temporarily derailed by addiction, with everyone confident that appropriate treatment would restore him to productive medical practice. This charitable interpretation prevented any deeper investigation into his patient interactions or death rates during his Todmorden tenure. The drug rehabilitation process at the retreat in York provided Shipman with an opportunity to refine his deceptive skills while planning his return to medicine. Group therapy sessions became exercises in manipulation, where he learned to project vulnerability and remorse while internally maintaining his sense of superiority and entitlement. Counselors noted his apparent progress and cooperation, unaware that they were being expertly managed by a master manipulator. During treatment, Shipman conducted a careful analysis of his mistakes in Todmorden. He recognized that his drug addiction had created unnecessary risks and complications, potentially exposing his other activities to scrutiny. Future operations would require better impulse control, more sophisticated record-keeping, and enhanced cover stories to explain any unusual patterns in patient deaths. His marriage to Primrose had survived the scandal, her loyalty proving unshakable despite the public embarrassment of his addiction and dismissal. She accepted his explanations without question, supported his treatment with unwavering dedication, and prepared for their fresh start with touching naivety. Her complete trust would prove invaluable as Shipman prepared to resume his double life as respectable family physician and prolific serial killer. The birth of their second child during his rehabilitation period enhanced Shipman's public image as a reformed man focused on family responsibilities. Local newspapers covering his treatment presented him sympathetically, emphasizing his young family and the pressures that had contributed to his addiction. This positive publicity would later serve as character evidence when he sought new employment opportunities. By early 1977, Shipman had completed his rehabilitation program and received clearance to resume medical practice under supervision. His counselors praised his progress, noting his apparent insight into his addiction and commitment to maintaining sobriety. What they failed to recognize was that Shipman had simply learned to better compartmentalize his destructive impulses, hiding his predatory nature behind an even more sophisticated facade of medical professionalism. The search for new employment led Shipman to consider various options across northern England. He needed a position that would restore his professional standing while providing access to vulnerable patients, but with enough oversight to prevent obvious drug diversion while not interfering with more subtle criminal activities. The careful balance required would test his ability to maintain his lethal double life under increased scrutiny. His application to the Donnybrook Medical Center in Hyde, Greater Manchester, represented the perfect opportunity. The practice served a large elderly population, offered substantial autonomy for experienced practitioners, and was located far enough from Todmorden to minimize the impact of his previous scandal. Most importantly, the senior partners were willing to give a talented but troubled colleague a second chance, viewing his addiction history as an obstacle overcome rather than a warning sign ignored. The interview process allowed Shipman to demonstrate the charm and competence that had initially impressed his Todmorden colleagues. He discussed his addiction with apparent candor, accepted full responsibility for his mistakes, and presented compelling evidence of his rehabilitation and commitment to ethical practice. His interviewers were thoroughly convinced that they were offering employment to a reformed physician who would bring valuable experience and dedication to their practice. As Shipman prepared for his transition to Hyde in 1977, he conducted a final assessment of his Todmorden experience. The official record showed a promising doctor whose career had been temporarily disrupted by drug addiction, followed by successful rehabilitation and return to practice. The unofficial reality was that Britain's most prolific serial killer had completed his apprenticeship, learning valuable lessons about victim selection, killing methods, and deception techniques that would serve him for the next 2 decades. The elderly residents of Hyde were about to encounter a predator who had refined his hunting methods through years of practice. Dr. Harold Shipman's education in mass murder was complete, and his most devastating work was yet to begin. The Angel of Death was preparing to spread his wings over new hunting grounds, where his appetite for killing would reach unprecedented heights. Hyde, Greater Manchester, embraced Dr. Harold Shipman with the warmth typically reserved for beloved family physicians. The industrial town's aging population, scarred by decades of mill closures and economic decline, desperately needed medical care they could trust. What they received instead was a predator who would transform their community into the epicenter of Britain's most horrific medical massacre. Joining the Donnybrook Medical Center in September 1977, Shipman immediately began cultivating the image that would shield his murders for over 2 decades. He worked longer hours than his colleagues, accepted the most challenging cases, and demonstrated particular compassion for elderly and vulnerable patients. This dedication, interpreted as medical excellence, actually represented a killer strategically positioning himself for maximum access to potential victims. The practice's patient demographics created ideal hunting conditions. Many elderly residents lived alone in terraced houses scattered throughout Hyde's narrow streets, often with limited family contact and complex medical histories. These isolated individuals, grateful for any medical attention, became sitting targets for a physician who viewed house calls not as healing opportunities, but as private execution chambers where his authority was absolute. Shipman's killing methodology evolved into a refined system during his early Hyde years. He would identify vulnerable patients through careful observation of their medical records, family situations, and social connections. Ideal targets were elderly individuals with chronic conditions living alone, whose deaths would generate minimal scrutiny or investigation. Once selected, he would gradually increase his involvement in their care, establishing himself as their primary physician and most trusted medical contact. The murder process itself was disturbingly routine. Shipman would arrive at a patient's home for what appeared to be a legitimate medical visit, often responding to a minor complaint or conducting a follow-up examination. After gaining entry and ensuring privacy, he would prepare a fatal dose of gemorphine, his preferred killing agent due to its immediate effects and difficulty of detection in post-mortem examinations. The injection would typically be administered while discussing the patient's symptoms, Shipman's bedside manner remaining professional and reassuring even as he delivered death. Victims would experience a brief moment of confusion as the drug took effect, followed by respiratory depression and cardiac arrest. Within minutes, Shipman would be alone with another corpse, free to arrange the scene and prepare his explanation for family members and authorities. Mrs. Marie Quinn became one of his earliest Hyde victims on November 24, 1978. The 67-year-old widow had been experiencing minor respiratory symptoms when Shipman arrived for what she believed would be a routine house call. Her neighbors later reported seeing the doctor's car parked outside her terraced home on Chartist Way, noting nothing unusual about the visit. When Shipman emerged 30 minutes later, Mrs. Quinn was dead, officially from bronchopneumonia but actually from a lethal overdose of gemorphine. The psychological satisfaction Shipman derived from these murders was evident in his behavior following each killing. Colleagues noted his unusual energy after house calls, his eagerness to handle death certification procedures, and his peculiar calm when comforting bereaved families. What appeared to be professional competence was actually a predator savoring his success while managing the aftermath of his crimes. His relationship with patients' families revealed disturbing patterns that should have raised suspicions. Shipman often arrived at death scenes before being summoned, claiming to have been in the neighborhood or expressing concern about the patient's condition. He would immediately take charge of the situation, providing explanations for the death that discouraged questions while positioning himself as both medical authority and sympathetic supporter. The death certification process became Shipman's most powerful tool for concealing murder. As a qualified physician, he had legal authority to determine cause of death for patients under his care, particularly those with known medical conditions. His certificates consistently attributed deaths to natural causes, heart failure, stroke, pneumonia, that were plausible given the victims' ages and medical histories. This official documentation prevented coroner involvement and eliminated the possibility of post-mortem examination that might reveal the true cause of death. Shipman's drug addiction, supposedly conquered during his rehabilitation, gradually resurged as his killing spree intensified. The stress of maintaining his double life, combined with the adrenaline addiction to successful murders, drove him to seek chemical relief through controlled substances. However, his experience in Todmorden had taught him to be more circumspect about drug acquisition, developing sophisticated methods for obtaining narcotics without triggering pharmacy alerts or colleague suspicions. His technique involved exploiting the legitimate medical needs of terminal patients, over-ordering controlled substances for pain management, then diverting portions for personal use and murder weapons. Patient records were carefully manipulated to justify these orders, creating a paper trail that supported his medical decisions while hiding his true intentions. This system allowed him to maintain his drug supply while continuing his killing activities without arousing immediate suspicion. The decade of the 1980s marked Shipman's most prolific period, as he refined his methods and increased his kill rate to shocking levels. His confidence grew with each successful murder, leading to increasingly bold victim selections and more frequent killings. The absence of any meaningful oversight or investigation emboldened him to accelerate his activities, turning his medical practice into an efficient death machine. Mrs. Irene Turner's murder on July 11, 1996, exemplified Shipman's evolved methodology. The 67-year-old woman had called the surgery complaining of feeling unwell, a minor issue that would normally require basic medication and rest. Shipman arrived at her Grosvenor Crescent home within the hour, ostensibly for a routine consultation. Neighbors saw him enter with his medical bag, noting nothing unusual about the visit that would end Mrs. Turner's life. The killing followed Shipman's established pattern: professional demeanor, reassuring conversation, and the fatal injection administered under the pretense of providing relief for her symptoms. Mrs. Turner's death was certified as coronary thrombosis, a diagnosis that prevented further medical examination and satisfied family concerns about her sudden decline. Another perfect murder had been added to Shipman's growing tally. The psychological aspects of Shipman's crimes became more disturbing as his confidence increased. He began to savor the power dynamics involved in each killing, enjoying the absolute trust his victims placed in his medical authority. The moment when patients realized something was wrong, the brief confusion in their eyes as the morphine took effect, provided him with a rush of dominance that was almost sexual in its intensity. His interactions with bereaved families revealed a particularly chilling aspect of his personality. Shipman would often attend funerals, offering condolences and support to relatives, while secretly reliving the murder he had committed. These occasions provided him with opportunities to gauge whether his crimes had aroused any suspicion while positioning himself as a caring physician who had done everything possible to save their loved ones. The community's response to the unusual death rate in Shipman's practice was tragically naive. Local undertakers noticed the steady stream of business from his patients, but attributed it to his willingness to care for the most seriously ill individuals in the area. Pharmacy staff observed his high usage of controlled substances, but accepted his explanations about providing palliative care for terminal patients. Family members grieved for their lost relatives without questioning the circumstances of their deaths. Shipman's reputation continued to grow throughout the 1980s and early 1990s, his apparent dedication to patient care earning him respect and admiration from colleagues and community members. He was viewed as old-fashioned family physician who made house calls at all hours and showed particular compassion for elderly patients. This sterling reputation provided perfect camouflage for his murderous activities while ensuring that any concerns about death rates would be dismissed as coincidental. The establishment of his own practice in 1992 represented the culmination of Shipman's career ambitions and the beginning of his most deadly period. Operating independently from 21 Market Street in Hyde, he gained complete control over patient records, drug supplies, and death certification procedures. The elimination of colleague oversight removed the final constraints on his killing activities, allowing him to murder with unprecedented frequency and boldness. The surgery itself became a carefully orchestrated theater designed to project medical competence and caring concern. Shipman's consulting room was arranged to emphasize his authority and expertise, while his manner with patients balanced professional distance with personal warmth. This environment encouraged trust and dependency, making patients more vulnerable to his murderous intentions while providing him with a controlled setting for selecting and grooming future victims. By the mid-1990s, Shipman's kill rate had accelerated to shocking levels, with multiple murders occurring each month as his bloodlust reached its peak. His victims ranged in age from their 40s to their 90s, though the majority were elderly women living alone who had developed trusting relationships with their seemingly caring physician. Each death added to his psychological satisfaction while bringing him closer to the inevitable exposure that would end his reign of terror. The stage was set for the final act in Shipman's murderous career. His arrogance and increasing boldness would soon lead to mistakes that would unravel his carefully constructed facade and expose the true scope of his crimes. The Angel of Death was about to discover that even the most skillful predators eventually become prey to their own hubris. The beginning of the end for Dr. Harold Shipman's quarter-century killing spree arrived not through brilliant detective work, but through a combination of arrogance, greed, and the persistent suspicions of a determined undertaker. By 1998, Shipman's confidence had evolved into dangerous hubris, leading him to take risks that would ultimately expose the true scope of his medical holocaust and bring his reign of terror to a catastrophic conclusion. Deborah Massey, a funeral director at J.H. Massey and Son in Hyde, had been quietly documenting patterns that disturbed her professional sensibilities. Over several years, she had noticed an unusual number of deaths among Shipman's patients, elderly individuals who died alone at home, often found in peaceful positions that suggested comfortable, expected deaths. While each individual case appeared unremarkable, the cumulative pattern was becoming impossible to ignore. Massey's concerns weren't initially focused on murder, but rather on the suspicious frequency of deaths and their remarkably similar circumstances. Shipman's patients seemed to die more often than those of other local physicians, typically at home, usually alone, and almost always with the doctor arriving shortly after death to certify the cause. These observations, combined with Shipman's unusual eagerness to handle death arrangements, created a growing unease in the experienced undertaker's mind. The case that would ultimately trigger Shipman's downfall began with Kathleen Grundy, an 81-year-old former mayoress of Hyde who remained active in local community affairs despite her advanced age. A formidable woman with sharp intelligence and strong family connections, Mrs. Grundy represented a departure from Shipman's typical victim profile of isolated elderly individuals with limited social support networks. On June 24, 1998, Mrs. Grundy visited Shipman's surgery for what she believed would be a routine appointment regarding minor age-related health concerns. She was in good spirits, having recently returned from a holiday and making plans for upcoming community events. Her appointment was scheduled for late in the day, when the surgery would be relatively empty and Shipman could operate with minimal witness interference. The murder followed Shipman's established methodology with one crucial difference. Mrs. Grundy's death would not go unnoticed or unquestioned by her family. Her daughter, Angela Woodruff, was a successful solicitor with the analytical skills and professional resources necessary to investigate suspicious circumstances. This connection would prove fatal to Shipman's continued freedom. Mrs. Grundy's death was discovered the following day when friends became concerned about her absence from a planned meeting. They found her body at her Grosvenor Crescent home, positioned peacefully on her sofa as if she had simply fallen asleep. Shipman arrived shortly afterward, expressing appropriate concern and sadness while certifying the death as old age, a conveniently vague cause that discouraged further investigation. However, Shipman's greed overcame his usual caution in the Grundy case. He had forged a will naming himself as the primary beneficiary of her substantial estate, a document so amateurishly created that it immediately aroused suspicion among legal professionals. Angela Woodruff's examination of the will revealed numerous irregularities that suggested forgery, including typing errors, incorrect legal terminology, and witness signatures that appeared to be in the same handwriting. The forged will represented a catastrophic departure from Shipman's previous methodology. For over 2 decades, he had murdered for psychological satisfaction rather than financial gain, avoiding the attention that comes with monetary motives. His decision to steal from Mrs. Grundy's estate demonstrated how his arrogance had undermined the careful planning that had previously protected him from detection. Angela Woodruff's suspicions extended beyond the fraudulent will to encompass the circumstances of her mother's death. Mrs. Grundy had been in good health for her age, with no known medical conditions that would explain sudden death. Her final conversation with her daughter had been cheerful and forward-looking, showing no signs of declining health or awareness of impending mortality. The police investigation that began in August 1998 initially focused on the will forgery rather than potential murder. Detective Inspector Stan Edgerton of Greater Manchester Police approached the case with appropriate skepticism, recognizing that accusations against respected physicians required extraordinary evidence. However, as the investigation progressed, the scope of potential crimes began to expand dramatically. Shipman's initial response to police inquiries demonstrated the arrogance that had characterized his entire criminal career. He expressed hurt and indignation that his medical judgment was being questioned, portraying himself as a dedicated physician who had provided excellent care to Mrs. Grundy throughout her final years. His explanations for the will were vague and contradictory, but he maintained his innocence with apparent conviction. The decision to exhume Mrs. Grundy's body for post-mortem examination marked a turning point in the investigation. Toxicology testing revealed lethal levels of diamorphine in her system, a powerful opioid that had no legitimate medical justification given her health status and medical history. This discovery transformed the investigation from suspected fraud into confirmed murder, opening the possibility that other deaths might warrant examination. Professor David G., the forensic pathologist who conducted Mrs. Grundy's post-mortem examination, was stunned by the diamorphine concentrations found in her tissues. The levels were so high that death would have occurred within minutes of injection, ruling out any possibility of accidental overdose or therapeutic administration. The evidence clearly indicated deliberate poisoning by someone with medical knowledge and access to controlled substances. The investigation rapidly expanded as detectives began examining death rates and patterns among Shipman's patients. Statistical analysis revealed alarming trends that had somehow escaped official notice for decades. Shipman's patients died at rates significantly higher than those of other local physicians, with deaths clustered during afternoon house calls when the doctor would be alone with his victims. Detective Inspector Edgerton assembled a team of investigators, forensic specialists, and medical experts to examine the scope of potential crimes. The task was overwhelming, reviewing hundreds of patient records, death certificates, and witness statements to identify possible murder victims among what initially appeared to be natural deaths of elderly individuals with legitimate medical conditions. The arrest of Dr. Harold Shipman on September 7, 1998, sent shockwaves through Hyde and the wider medical community. The respected family physician, known for his dedication to patient care and his willingness to make house calls at all hours, was charged with murdering Kathleen Grundy and forging her will. The charges seemed almost impossible to believe, given Shipman's sterling reputation and decades of apparently exemplary service. Shipman's response to his arrest was characteristically manipulative and self-serving. He maintained his innocence while portraying himself as a victim of misunderstanding and professional jealousy. His explanations for the evidence against him became increasingly elaborate and contradictory, but he never wavered from his position that he was a caring physician who had been wrongfully accused. The investigation continued to expand as more potential victims were identified through careful analysis of death patterns and medical records. Exhumations were ordered for additional bodies, each revealing similar patterns of morphine poisoning that confirmed deliberate murder rather than natural death. The scale of the crimes was becoming apparent, transforming public perception from isolated tragedy to mass murder investigation. Primrose Shipman's reaction to her husband's arrest revealed the depth of her denial and the effectiveness of his deception. She maintained unwavering faith in his innocence, describing him as a dedicated doctor who would never harm his patients. Her public statements of support provided Shipman with emotional validation while demonstrating how completely he had deceived even those closest to him. The forensic evidence against Shipman mounted steadily as the investigation progressed. In addition to toxicology findings confirming morphine poisoning, investigators discovered irregularities in patient records, witness statements describing suspicious behavior, and patterns of victim selection that revealed deliberate targeting of vulnerable individuals. As the investigation expanded to examine hundreds of suspicious deaths, the true scope of Shipman's crimes began to emerge. He was not simply a physician who had killed a few patients, but a prolific serial killer who had systematically murdered hundreds of individuals over more than 2 decades. The scale of the atrocities was unprecedented in British criminal history. The trial of Dr. Harold Shipman began on October 5, 1999, at Preston Crown Court, where he faced charges of murdering 15 patients and forging Kathleen Grundy's will. The prosecution, led by Richard Henriquez QC, methodically presented evidence demonstrating a pattern of deliberate killing that spanned decades and claimed hundreds of lives. Shipman's defense strategy relied heavily on his professional reputation and the apparent implausibility of the charges against him. His legal team argued that he was a dedicated physician who had been wrongfully accused, suggesting that the deaths were natural occurrences that had been misinterpreted by overzealous investigators seeking to create a criminal case where none existed. The evidence presented during the trial painted a devastating picture of systematic murder disguised as medical care. Toxicology reports, witness testimonies, and statistical analyses combined to create an overwhelming case against Shipman. Each piece of evidence reinforced the prosecution's argument that he had deliberately and repeatedly killed his patients for psychological satisfaction. On January 31, 2000, after 6 days of deliberation, the jury returned guilty verdicts on all charges. Dr. Harold Shipman was sentenced to life imprisonment for each murder conviction, with the judge recommending that he should never be released. The Angel of Death's reign of terror had finally ended. The subsequent Shipman inquiry, chaired by Dame Janet Smith, conducted an exhaustive investigation into the full scope of his crimes. The inquiry concluded that Shipman had killed at least 218 patients, though the true number may have been significantly higher. The report detailed systematic failures in medical oversight, death certification procedures, and criminal investigation protocols that had allowed the murders to continue undetected for decades. On January 13, 2004, 1 day before his 58th birthday, Harold Shipman was found dead in his prison cell at HMP Wakefield. He had fashioned a makeshift noose from bedsheets and hanged himself during the night, choosing to end his own life rather than face the remainder of his natural sentence. His suicide represented a final act of control from a man whose entire existence had been defined by wielding power over life and death. The discovery of Shipman's body sparked intense debate about justice, closure, and the motivations behind his decision to take his own life. Some viewed his suicide as an escape from accountability, robbing victims' families of the opportunity to see him serve his full sentence and potentially provide answers about his crimes. Others saw it as fitting justice, the angel of death finally experiencing the powerlessness and finality that he had inflicted upon hundreds of innocent victims. Prison officials found no suicide note or final confession, leaving many questions about Shipman's motivations permanently unanswered. His refusal to acknowledge his crimes or express remorse had frustrated investigators and devastated families throughout his trial and imprisonment. Even in death, he maintained the secretive, controlling persona that had enabled his murderous career and denied closure to those seeking to understand the depths of his depravity. The timing of Shipman's suicide was particularly significant, occurring just one day before his birthday and coinciding with his mother's anniversary of death decades earlier. Some psychologists suggested that these dates held special meaning for a man whose relationship with his mother had been identified as potentially formative in his psychological development and criminal behavior. Primrose Shipman's response to her husband's death revealed the continuing impact of his manipulation and deception. Even after his conviction and imprisonment, she had maintained belief in his innocence and continued to support him through prison visits and correspondence. His suicide left her not only widowed but forced to confront the reality of his crimes without the possibility of explanation or reconciliation. The aftermath of Shipman's death brought mixed emotions to the families of his victims. While some expressed satisfaction that he could no longer hurt anyone, others felt robbed of the opportunity for him to face the full consequences of his actions and potentially provide information about additional victims or his motivations for killing. The investigation into Shipman's crimes continued even after his death, as authorities worked to identify additional victims and understand the full scope of his murderous activities. The Shipman Inquiry's final report, published in 2005, provided comprehensive analysis of his crimes and their impact on victims' families, the medical profession, and public trust in healthcare providers. The inquiry's findings revealed systematic failures that had enabled Shipman's crimes to continue undetected for so long. Inadequate oversight of medical practitioners, flawed death certification procedures, and insufficient investigation of unusual death patterns had created an environment where a skilled manipulator could operate with virtual impunity. Recommendations from the inquiry led to significant reforms in medical regulation, death certification processes, and monitoring systems designed to detect unusual patterns in medical practice. These changes, while too late for Shipman's victims, were intended to prevent similar crimes from occurring in the future and restore public confidence in medical care. The legacy of Dr. Harold Shipman extends far beyond the individual tragedies of his victims. His crimes fundamentally altered the relationship between doctors and patients in Britain, introducing elements of suspicion and scrutiny that had previously been unimaginable. The absolute trust that patients had traditionally placed in their physicians was forever tainted by the knowledge that medical authority could be weaponized for evil purposes. The psychological profile that emerged from extensive study of Shipman's crimes revealed a complex individual whose motivations defied simple explanation. He appeared to derive satisfaction from the ultimate expression of control over human life, combined with the intellectual challenge of deceiving colleagues, authorities, and families while maintaining his respectable facade. His victims represented a cross-section of British society, elderly individuals who had lived full lives, raised families, and contributed to their communities before encountering the predator who ended their existence for his own twisted satisfaction. Their deaths robbed families of beloved relatives and society of valuable members whose wisdom and experience could never be replaced. The town of Hyde, forever associated with Shipman's crimes, struggled to recover from the revelation that their trusted family physician had been systematically murdering the community's most vulnerable members. The psychological trauma extended beyond immediate victims' families to encompass an entire community that had unknowingly harbored Britain's most prolific serial killer. Medical professionals worldwide studied the Shipman case to understand how such extensive criminal activity could occur within healthcare settings. His ability to maintain professional competence while committing mass murder challenged assumptions about medical ethics and the psychological profiles of healthcare providers. The financial costs of investigating and prosecuting Shipman's crimes, combined with compensation payments to victims' families, reached millions of pounds. However, these monetary expenses paled in comparison to the human cost of his actions. Hundreds of lives cut short and thousands of family members left to grieve and seek understanding. Educational institutions incorporated the Shipman case into medical and ethical training programs, using his crimes as examples of how professional authority could be abused and the importance of oversight and accountability in healthcare. His name became synonymous with medical evil, serving as a cautionary tale for future generations of healthcare providers. The media coverage of Shipman's crimes created lasting public fascination with his case, spawning documentaries, books, and academic studies that attempted to understand the psychology of a medical serial killer. This attention, while informative, also risked sensationalizing his crimes and overshadowing the human tragedy experienced by his victims and their families. In the end, Dr. Harold Frederick Shipman's legacy stands as one of the darkest chapters in medical history, a quarter-century reign of terror that claimed at least 218 innocent lives and shattered public trust in healthcare providers. His transformation from healer to killer represents the ultimate perversion of medical ethics and the devastating consequences when absolute power corrupts absolutely. The angel of death had finally fallen, but the scars left by his crimes would endure for generations, serving as a permanent reminder that evil can lurk behind the most trusted and respected facades. His victims' memories live on as testimony to lives cut tragically short by a predator who violated the most fundamental principle of medicine. First, do no harm. The silence of Shipman's prison cell on that January morning in 2004 marked the end of Britain's most prolific serial killer, but the echoes of his crimes continue to resonate through the corridors of medical institutions, the homes of bereaved families, and the collective memory of a nation forever changed by the doctor who chose death over healing, control over compassion, and murder over mercy. If you're enjoying these stories, don't forget to leave a comment. I'd love to know where you're tuning in from and what time it is in your part of the world. And if you haven't already, make sure to like this video and subscribe so you never miss the next true crime story to help you unwind. Now let's get into our fourth story. Story 4, The Liguria Monster, The Donato by Lancia Chronicles. The coastal winds of Liguria carried more than salt and Mediterranean warmth during the autumn of 1997. They carried the scent of terror. A monster walked among the unsuspecting citizens of Genoa, his footsteps echoing through train stations, his shadow falling across gambling halls, his breath fogging the windows of parked cars where death waited with mechanical precision. Donato by Lancia wasn't just a killer. He was an architect of nightmares, a predator who transformed ordinary moments into final, desperate gasps for survival. His name would become synonymous with the darkest chapter in Italian criminal history, a chapter written in blood across 17 different crime scenes, each more horrifying than the last. The year 1951 witnessed the birth of what would become Italy's most prolific serial killer, though the crying infant in the Potenza hospital showed no signs of the darkness that would later consume him entirely. Donato by Lancia entered a world that seemed determined to shape him into something twisted, something broken beyond repair. His childhood unfolded like a slow-burning fuse, each traumatic experience adding another layer of rage that would eventually explode into unspeakable violence. Growing up in the working-class neighborhoods of Liguria, young Donato experienced a cocktail of neglect, abuse, and social isolation that would ferment into pure malevolence. His father, a man whose own demons drove him to violence, treated his son not as a child to be nurtured, but as a target for his frustrated anger. The boy learned early that the world was a place where the strong preyed upon the weak, where mercy was weakness, and where violence was simply another language spoken by those who held power. School became another battlefield for the developing psychopath. Classmates sensed something fundamentally wrong with Donato, an aura of wrongness that made them instinctively avoid him. Teachers dismissed him as troublesome, never recognizing the warning signs of a mind that was systematically disconnecting from human empathy. Each rejection, each moment of isolation, fed the growing darkness within him like kindling thrown onto a fire that would eventually consume everything in its path. As adolescence arrived, Bilancia's behavior became increasingly erratic and disturbing. He displayed an almost supernatural ability to compartmentalize his emotions, switching between charming manipulation and explosive rage with terrifying ease. Animals in the neighborhood began disappearing, their mutilated remains found days later in ways that suggested not just killing, but a deliberate exploration of suffering. Local authorities dismissed these incidents as typical teenage mischief, never suspecting they were witnessing the early experiments of a future mass murderer. The gambling addiction that would later define much of his adult life began during these formative years. Card games and betting became more than mere entertainment. They became a way for Bilancia to exercise control over unpredictable outcomes, to feel the rush of power that came from winning or the intoxicating rage that followed defeat. Money flowed through his fingers like water, but it was never really about the money. It was about the high, the momentary feeling of godlike control over fate itself. His first serious romantic relationship ended in a pattern that would repeat throughout his life. Initial charm followed by possessive jealousy, emotional manipulation escalating to threats of violence. When his girlfriend finally found the courage to leave him, Bilancia's reaction provided a chilling preview of the revenge fantasies that would later drive his killing spree. He stalked her for months, leaving threatening messages, appearing at her workplace, making her life a living hell until she was forced to move to another city entirely. Military service offered a brief glimpse of structure and discipline, but even there, Bilancia's antisocial tendencies manifested in disturbing ways. Fellow soldiers reported incidents of cruelty during training exercises, moments where Bilancia seemed to take excessive pleasure in inflicting pain during combat drills. His superiors noted his mechanical efficiency with weapons, his complete lack of emotional response to violent imagery during training films, and his unsettling habit of volunteering for the most dangerous assignments not out of bravery, but seemingly from a desire to be closer to death itself. Upon returning to civilian life, the gambling addiction intensified exponentially. Casino floors became his natural habitat, where he would spend entire nights feeding coins into slot machines or cards into poker games, his eyes taking on a glazed, almost hypnotic quality that other players found deeply unsettling. The wins were never satisfying enough, the losses never devastating enough to make him stop. It was as if he was using gambling to fill a void so profound that no amount of money or excitement could ever satisfy it. Employment became sporadic and problematic. Bilancia moved from job to job, leaving behind a trail of disturbed coworkers and suspicious supervisors who couldn't quite articulate what made him so uncomfortable to be around. He possessed a talent for blending into any environment while simultaneously emanating an aura of barely contained violence that made people's skin crawl. Employers would find excuses to let him go, often unable to explain their decision beyond a vague sense that something was fundamentally wrong with their employee. His personal relationships followed a predictable and increasingly dangerous pattern. Women were initially drawn to his intense attention and apparent charm, but quickly discovered that his devotion was really obsession. His love was really possession, and his promises were really threats wrapped in romantic language. Those brave enough to attempt escape often found themselves subjected to campaigns of terror that lasted months, sometimes years, until Bilancia either found a new target for his obsession or decided the game had become boring. The deaths began gradually, starting with what appeared to be accidents or coincidences. A former girlfriend's new boyfriend suffered a mysterious hit-and-run accident. A casino manager who had banned Bilancia from the premises died in what police initially classified as a random mugging gone wrong. A neighbor who had complained about noise from Bilancia's apartment succumbed to carbon monoxide poisoning that investigators attributed to a faulty heating system. Each incident, when viewed in isolation, seemed explainable, but taken together, they formed a pattern that would later horrify criminal investigators. By the mid-1990s, Donato Bilancia had evolved into something that existed on the periphery of human society. A predator so perfectly camouflaged that he could walk among normal people without triggering their survival instincts. He had learned to mimic human emotions with disturbing accuracy, to project whatever personality would best serve his immediate needs, and to identify victims with the precision of a seasoned hunter. The stage was set for what would become one of the most terrifying crime sprees in European history. The man who would soon terrorize an entire region had been forged in the fires of neglect, abuse, and his own inherent darkness. Every slight, every rejection, every moment of perceived injustice had been carefully catalogued in his mind, creating a ledger of grievances that demanded payment in blood. The monster was complete, fully formed, and ready to unleash itself upon an unsuspecting world. The only question remaining was when the killing would begin in earnest, and how many innocent lives would be sacrificed before the nightmare finally ended. October 1997 marked the beginning of what investigators would later call the most systematic and terrifying murder spree in Italian criminal history. The first domino fell on a seemingly ordinary Tuesday evening when Bilancia's carefully constructed facade of normalcy finally cracked completely, releasing the monster that had been growing inside him for over 4 decades. The trigger was as mundane as it was predictable. Another devastating loss at the gambling tables. Another crushing defeat that pushed his already fragmented psyche beyond the point of return. Giorgio Centenaro never saw death approaching that fateful night. The 24-year-old was simply in the wrong place at the wrong time, standing near his car in a dimly lit parking garage when Bilancia's rage finally found its first outlet. The attack was swift, brutal, and completely without mercy. Bilancia approached from behind, his footsteps silent on the concrete floor, his presence undetected until the moment his hands closed around Centenaro's throat. The young man's struggles were brief and futile. Bilancia possessed the cold efficiency of someone who had rehearsed this moment countless times in his twisted imagination. But strangulation wasn't enough to satisfy the bloodlust that had been building inside Bilancia for so long. After Centenaro's body went limp, the killer retrieved a knife from his jacket and began what could only be described as a frenzy of post-mortem violence. Stab wounds appeared across the victim's torso in no discernible pattern, each thrust accompanied by guttural sounds that echoed through the empty garage like the growls of a wild animal feeding. When Bilancia finally stopped, his clothes were soaked in blood, his breathing was ragged with exertion, and his eyes held a light that spoke of terrible satisfaction finally achieved. The discovery of Centenaro's mutilated corpse sent shockwaves through the Genoa Police Department. Veteran detectives who had seen their share of violent crimes stood speechless before the savagery displayed in that parking garage. The killer had not simply ended a life, he had obliterated it, transforming a human being into something unrecognizable. Crime scene photographers struggled to document the scene, their hands shaking as they captured images that would haunt them for the rest of their careers. What made the murder even more chilling was its apparent randomness. Centenaro had no connection to organized crime, no enemies who might want him dead, no involvement in anything that could explain such extreme violence. He was simply a young man who had been targeted by a predator who killed not for money or revenge, but for the pure pleasure of watching life drain from another human being's eyes. This randomness would become Bilancia's signature, making him infinitely more dangerous than killers who operated within predictable parameters. The second murder occurred just 3 days later, confirming investigators' worst fears that they were dealing with a serial killer rather than an isolated incident of extreme violence. This time, the victim was Maria Angela Rubino, a 48-year-old woman whose only crime was being in the wrong place when Bilancia's hunger for death returned with renewed intensity. She was found in her apartment, her body arranged in a pose that suggested the killer had taken time to savor his handiwork after the violence had ended. The crime scene told a story of prolonged terror that made hardened police officers physically ill. Evidence suggested that Rubino had been aware of her impending death for several minutes before the final blow fell. Bilancia had apparently delighted in her fear, feeding off her desperation like a vampire drawing sustenance from blood. Furniture was overturned in patterns that indicated a chase through the apartment, with the killer methodically cornering his prey room by room until escape became impossible. The method of death was different from the first murder, suggesting that Bilancia was experimenting with various techniques of killing, refining his craft like a perverted artist perfecting his masterpiece. Rubino had been beaten with what investigators believed was a heavy blunt object, her skull fractured in multiple places that created a spider web pattern of cracks visible even to the untrained eye. The killer had continued the assault long after death had occurred, pulverizing bone and tissue until the victim's head was barely recognizable as human. But it was the evidence of the killer's behavior after the murder that truly horrified investigators. Bilancia had apparently remained in the apartment for an extended period, possibly hours, after Rubino's death. He had eaten food from her refrigerator, watched television, and even taken a shower using her bathroom facilities. This casual comfort in the presence of his victim's corpse suggested a level of psychological detachment that placed him among the most dangerous killers in criminal history. The third murder shattered any remaining hope that these might be isolated incidents. Francesco Fabiano, a 32-year-old security guard, became Bilancia's next victim during what should have been a routine shift at a construction site. The killer had somehow gained access to the secured area, stalked his prey through the shadows of incomplete buildings, and struck with the precision of a professional assassin. Fabiano's body was discovered the next morning by construction workers who initially mistook the blood pooled around the corpse for spilled paint in the dim morning light. The murder weapon in this case was a firearm, marking another escalation in Bilancia's evolving methodology. The killer had used a pistol to put 2 bullets into Fabiano's head at close range, execution style, before inflicting additional injuries with what appeared to be a knife or similar bladed weapon. The combination of shooting and stabbing suggested that Bilancia was no longer content with single methods of killing. He wanted to experience every possible way of ending a human life. What made this murder particularly disturbing was the evidence that the killer had forced Fabiano to participate in some sort of sadistic ritual before the final moments. The victim's hands were bound with his own shoelaces, and his mouth had been stuffed with construction debris, suggesting that Bilancia had wanted to hear his victim's muffled screams while being unable to call for help. This theatrical element would become increasingly prominent in subsequent murders, indicating that the killer was developing more elaborate fantasies that required longer periods of interaction with his victims. By November, panic was beginning to spread through Genoa as news of the murders became impossible for authorities to suppress. 3 brutal killings in such a short time frame, all apparently random and all committed with extreme violence, created an atmosphere of fear that hadn't been experienced in the region since World War II. Citizens began altering their daily routines, avoiding isolated areas, and looking suspiciously at strangers who approached too closely. The killer seemed to feed off this growing fear, using it as motivation to accelerate his campaign of terror. The 4th murder occurred in broad daylight, a bold escalation that announced Bilancia's complete confidence in his ability to kill without being caught. The victim was Elisabetta Zappetti, a 55-year-old teacher who was attacked while walking home from school through what had previously been considered one of the safest neighborhoods in the city. Witnesses later reported seeing a man matching Bilancia's description following Zappetti for several blocks before the attack, suggesting that he had been stalking her, learning her routine, and waiting for the perfect moment to strike. The actual murder took place in a narrow alley between 2 apartment buildings, where Zappetti's screams echoed off the walls but were muffled enough that residents initially mistook them for the sounds of cats fighting. The brutality of this attack surpassed even Bilancia's previous efforts. Zappetti had been stabbed 17 times, each wound placed with surgical precision to maximize pain while avoiding immediately fatal injuries. The killer had essentially performed a slow execution, allowing his victim to experience the full horror of her situation while being powerless to prevent her inevitable death. Blood spatter patterns on the surrounding walls created abstract artwork that crime scene analysts would study for years to come, trying to understand the mindset of someone capable of such calculated cruelty. The 5th murder marked a disturbing evolution in Bilancia's technique. This time, he chose to kill an entire family, husband, wife, and teenage son, in their own home during what should have been the safety of a quiet evening together. The Solari family had no connection to Bilancia, no awareness that they had been selected for death by a predator who chose his victims through criteria known only to his diseased mind. The home invasion aspect of these murders demonstrated Bilancia's growing confidence and his escalating need for more elaborate killing scenarios. He had somehow gained entry to the Solari residence without triggering the alarm system, suggesting either advanced planning or a disturbing level of skill in breaking and entering. Once inside, He had methodically hunted down each family member, savoring the terror of those who witnessed their loved ones being murdered before their own deaths arrived. The crime scene was a masterpiece of horror that pushed seasoned investigators to the edge of psychological breakdown. Each victim had been killed in a different manner, as if Bilancia was conducting experiments in death, testing various methods to determine which provided the most satisfaction. The father had been shot, the mother strangled, and the teenage son beaten to death with a household object that investigators later determined was the family's own baseball bat. A perverse twist that turned a symbol of American recreation into an instrument of ultimate terror. As November drew to a close, Donato Bilancia had established himself as one of Europe's most prolific and dangerous serial killers. 6 murders in less than 2 months, each more brutal than the last, each committed with a level of planning and execution that suggested a highly intelligent predator operating at the peak of his deadly abilities. The monster had fully awakened, and the worst was yet to come. December 1997 brought an unprecedented escalation in Donato Bilancia's reign of terror as he turned his attention to Italy's railway system, transforming what should have been safe passage into a nightmare journey that passengers might never complete. The trains of Liguria became rolling death traps, their rhythmic clacking on the tracks now accompanied by the sound of gunshots and the screams of innocent travelers who found themselves trapped in metal coffins with a merciless killer. The first railway murder occurred on December 12th, aboard the intercity train traveling from Genoa to La Spezia. Bilancia had purchased a standard passenger ticket, blending seamlessly among the commuters, tourists, and business travelers who crowded the compartments during the evening rush hour. His appearance was unremarkable, a middle-aged man in casual clothing carrying a small backpack that concealed the tools of his trade. Fellow passengers would later describe him as polite, quiet, perhaps even nervous, never suspecting that death itself was sitting among them. As the train pulled away from Genoa Central Station, Bilancia methodically surveyed his fellow passengers, his predator's instincts evaluating potential victims with the cold calculation of a hunter selecting prey from a herd. He had learned to identify those who would be easiest to isolate, passengers sitting alone in less crowded sections of the train, people who seemed distracted or vulnerable, travelers whose disappearance might go unnoticed until it was far too late. His first victim was Maria Grazia Moschi, a 38-year-old accountant returning home from a business meeting in Genoa. She had chosen a seat near the rear of the train, in a compartment that was relatively empty due to the late hour and the less desirable seating arrangement. Bilancia waited until the train was traveling through a particularly isolated stretch of countryside, where the sounds of violence would be masked by the noise of the wheels on tracks and the likelihood of immediate discovery was minimal. The attack was swift and brutal. Bilancia approached Moschi under the pretense of asking about the next station, putting her at ease with casual conversation before suddenly producing a pistol and firing 3 shots into her torso at point-blank range. The sound of gunfire was partially muffled by the train's ambient noise, but several passengers in nearby compartments heard what they initially dismissed as mechanical problems or perhaps firecrackers being set off by troublesome teenagers. What made this murder particularly chilling was Bilancia's behavior in the moments following the shooting. Rather than fleeing immediately, he calmly sat down beside Moschi's still-warm corpse and continued to ride the train for another 40 minutes, occasionally glancing at his watch as if he were simply another passenger concerned about arriving on time. When other travelers entered the compartment, they found what appeared to be a woman sleeping against the window, her companion reading a newspaper with the studied concentration of a daily commuter. The discovery of Moschi's body didn't occur until the train reached its final destination and cleaning crews began preparing the cars for the return journey. By then, Bilancia had long since disappeared into the crowd of disembarking passengers, leaving behind only a scene of horror that would traumatize the railway workers who found the blood-soaked compartment and the woman whose life had been snuffed out during what should have been a routine journey home. The second railway murder occurred just 5 days later, demonstrating Bilancia's growing confidence in using trains as killing grounds. This time, the victim was Giuseppe Milazzo, a 62-year-old retiree traveling to visit his grandchildren for the Christmas holidays. Bilancia had observed Milazzo boarding the train alone, carrying wrapped presents and wearing the cheerful expression of a grandfather eager to share the holiday season with his family. The killer selected a different tactic for this murder, following Milazzo into the train's bathroom facilities, rather than attacking in the passenger compartments. This location choice provided complete privacy and eliminated the risk of witnesses, allowing Bilancia to take his time and savor the kill in ways that had been impossible during the previous railway attack. The locked bathroom door created a perfect killing chamber, soundproof and secure from interruption. The murder weapon this time was a knife rather than a gun, suggesting that Bilancia was deliberately varying his methods to confuse investigators and satisfy his own twisted desire for experimentation. The attack was prolonged and savage, with Milazzo's body bearing evidence of a sustained assault that lasted several minutes. The killer had apparently delighted in his victim's terror, using the knife not just to kill, but to inflict maximum psychological torture before the final moments arrived. What investigators found most disturbing was the arrangement of Milazzo's body within the cramped bathroom space. Bilancia had positioned the corpse in a seated position on the toilet, hands folded peacefully in the lap, eyes closed as if the victim were merely resting. This theatrical staging suggested that the killer was beginning to view his murders as performances, elaborate productions designed to showcase his complete power over life and death. The third railway murder marked a horrifying milestone in Bilancia's killing spree. On December 19th, he boarded the evening train from Genoa to Ventimiglia with the specific intention of committing multiple murders during the journey. This represented a significant escalation from his previous single-victim attacks, indicating that his bloodlust was intensifying and that individual killings were no longer sufficient to satisfy his psychological needs. The victims were a young couple, Marco Sciannone and Elisabetta Rollo, both in their 20s, returning from a romantic weekend in Genoa. They had selected seats in a quiet compartment near the middle of the train, seeking privacy for intimate conversation during the journey home. Their isolation made them perfect targets for a predator who had learned to identify vulnerability with supernatural precision. Bilancia approached the couple during a stretch of the journey when the train was passing through a tunnel, using the temporary darkness to mask his movements. The attack began with the shooting of Sciannone, 2 bullets to the chest that killed him instantly and left his girlfriend screaming in terror as she realized that she was now alone with a madman. Rather than killing Rollo immediately, Bilancia chose to prolong her suffering, apparently feeding off her horror as she cradled her dead boyfriend's body. The psychological torture inflicted on Rollo lasted nearly 20 minutes, during which time the killer forced her to participate in a grotesque conversation about death, fear, and the meaninglessness of human existence. Passengers in nearby compartments later reported hearing what sounded like heated argument or intense discussion, never suspecting that they were listening to a woman pleading for her life while a psychopath delivered a philosophical lecture on murder. When Bilancia finally tired of his psychological games, he killed Rollo with a single shot to the head, execution style, before calmly returning to his original seat and continuing the journey as if nothing had happened. The double murder remained undiscovered until the train reached its destination 3 hours later, by which time the killer had vanished into the night, leaving behind a scene of carnage that would haunt investigators for years to come. The fourth railway murder demonstrated Bilancia's complete mastery of his chosen killing ground. This time, he selected an elderly priest, Father Alberto Moscato, who was traveling alone to conduct Christmas services at a rural parish. The symbolism of killing a man of God during the holiest season of the Christian calendar seemed to provide additional satisfaction for the killer, who had long since abandoned any vestige of human morality or spiritual belief. The murder took place in broad daylight, aboard a crowded train filled with Christmas shoppers and holiday travelers. Bilancia had somehow managed to isolate his victim despite the presence of dozens of potential witnesses, demonstrating a level of skill and boldness that placed him among the most dangerous killers in criminal history. The priest was found in a storage compartment near the rear of the train, his body arranged in a crucifixion-like pose that represented either the killer's twisted sense of irony or his complete contempt for religious faith. By the end of December, Italy's railway system had become a source of terror rather than transportation. Passengers began canceling travel plans, choosing to drive long distances rather than risk encountering the killer who seemed to strike without warning or apparent motive. Train compartments that had once buzzed with conversation now fell silent as travelers eyed each other with suspicion, wondering if the person sitting nearby might be the monster they had read about in newspaper headlines. Railway security was increased dramatically, with armed guards patrolling trains and identity checks becoming routine for all passengers. But these measures seemed inadequate against a killer who possessed an almost supernatural ability to blend into any environment while planning his next atrocity. The rails of Liguria had become rivers of blood, carrying death from station to station with mechanical precision that mirrored the killer's own methodical approach to murder. The psychological impact of the railway murders extended far beyond the immediate victims and their families. An entire region's sense of safety and normalcy had been shattered by a predator who had transformed one of civilization's most essential services into a hunting ground for human prey. The monster was no longer content with isolated killings in dark alleys or empty buildings. He had brought death into the light, onto the trains, into the very heart of modern life itself. January 1998 dawned with the people of Liguria living under a cloud of terror that seemed to grow darker with each passing day. Donato Bilancia's murder spree had reached a crescendo of violence that appeared unstoppable, with law enforcement agencies across multiple jurisdictions struggling to comprehend the scope and brutality of his crimes. 17 confirmed murders in just 3 months had established him as one of Europe's most prolific serial killers. But more terrifying was the realization that he showed no signs of slowing down or losing his taste for human blood. The investigation had become the largest manhunt in Italian criminal history, involving hundreds of detectives, forensic specialists, and behavioral analysts working around the clock to piece together the puzzle of a killer who seemed to operate without pattern or limitation. Evidence from the crime scenes painted a picture of someone who possessed intimate knowledge of police procedures, suggesting either law enforcement training or an intelligence network that allowed him to stay one step ahead of his pursuers. What made Bilancia particularly elusive was his ability to completely alter his appearance and behavior between murders. Witnesses described vastly different individuals, ranging from a well-dressed businessman to a scruffy laborer, from a charming conversationalist to a silent, brooding presence that made people instinctively uncomfortable. This chameleon-like quality suggested a level of psychological sophistication that placed him among the most dangerous predators in criminal psychology textbooks. The breakthrough in the investigation came from an unexpected source: Bilancia's own gambling addiction, the very weakness that had originally triggered his killing spree. Despite the massive police presence throughout the region, the killer couldn't resist returning to the casinos and gaming establishments where he felt most comfortable. It was this compulsion, this inability to completely abandon his old habits, that would ultimately lead to his downfall. On the evening of January 15th, surveillance cameras at the Sanremo casino captured images of a man matching Bilancia's general description engaging in the high-stakes poker games that had consumed so much of his adult life. The footage showed someone who appeared completely at ease despite being one of the most wanted criminals in European history, calmly placing bets and interacting with other players as if he had not a care in the world. The casino surveillance was enhanced by sophisticated facial recognition software that had been deployed throughout the region's entertainment venues. While Bilancia had altered his appearance significantly since the murders began, cutting his hair, growing a beard, and changing his style of dress, the computer analysis identified several key facial features that remained consistent despite his attempts at disguise. Detective Inspector Marco Calvi, who had been leading the investigation from its earliest days, recognized that this casino sighting represented their best opportunity to capture the killer before he could claim additional victims. A careful surveillance operation was established, with plainclothes officers positioned throughout the casino and surrounding area, ready to move at the first confirmation of the suspect's identity. The trap was set with meticulous precision, taking into account Bilancia's demonstrated intelligence and his paranoid awareness of potential threats. Officers were instructed to maintain maximum distance while keeping the suspect under constant observation, with backup units positioned at every possible exit route from the casino complex. The operation required a delicate balance between maintaining surveillance and avoiding detection by someone who had already proven himself to be exceptionally dangerous and unpredictable. On the night of January 18th, Bilancia returned to the casino for what would be his final gambling session. Security cameras tracked his movements from the moment he entered the building, recording every gesture, every glance, every interaction with casino staff and fellow patrons. The killer appeared relaxed and confident, seemingly oblivious to the fact that he was walking into a carefully orchestrated trap that had been months in the making. The arrest itself was deliberately anticlimactic, designed to minimize the risk of violence that could endanger innocent bystanders. As Bylancia prepared to leave the casino in the early hours of January 19th, he found himself surrounded by armed officers who had materialized from the shadows with tactical precision. The man who had terrorized an entire region for months offered no resistance, simply raising his hands and allowing himself to be handcuffed with the same emotionless demeanor he had displayed throughout his killing spree. What investigators found during the search of Bylancia's person and belongings provided chilling insights into the mind of a serial killer. He carried multiple false identity documents, suggesting that he had been planning to expand his killing spree to other regions or even other countries. His personal effects included detailed notes about potential future victims, indicating that the 17 confirmed murders were merely the beginning of a much larger campaign of terror. Most disturbing was the discovery of what appeared to be a trophy collection. Small personal items taken from each of his victims that he carried with him like macabre souvenirs. These objects, ranging from jewelry to photographs to personal documents, suggested that Bylancia revisited his crimes psychologically, using these physical reminders to relive the moments of ultimate power when he had held life and death in his hands. During the initial interrogation, Bylancia displayed the same cold detachment that had characterized his murders. He answered questions with mechanical precision, showing no emotion when discussing the details of his crimes and expressing no remorse for the lives he had destroyed. When asked about his motivations, he spoke about the murders as if they were scientific experiments, clinical studies in human behavior under extreme duress. The psychiatric evaluations conducted following his arrest revealed a mind that had completely severed its connection to normal human empathy and moral reasoning. Bylancia scored among the highest levels ever recorded on standard psychopathy assessments, displaying characteristics that placed him in the same category as history's most notorious serial killers. His ability to compartmentalize his emotions and rationalize his actions suggested a level of psychological dysfunction that made rehabilitation impossible. The trial itself became a media sensation, drawing international attention to the small Italian courtroom where justice would finally be served for Bylancia's 17 victims. Families of the murdered filled the gallery, many seeing the killer's face for the first time and struggling to comprehend how someone so ordinary in appearance could be capable of such extraordinary evil. Bylancia's defense team attempted to argue for diminished capacity based on his gambling addiction and claimed psychological disorders, but the overwhelming evidence of premeditation and the calculated nature of his crimes made such arguments impossible to sustain. The prosecution presented a methodical case that demonstrated not only his guilt but also the deliberate, planned nature of each murder. The evidence presented during the trial painted a comprehensive picture of a killing spree that had been far more extensive and sophisticated than initially realized. Forensic analysis linked Bylancia to additional unsolved crimes dating back several years, suggesting that his confirmed murder spree was actually the culmination of a much longer career as a predator. The true scope of his crimes might never be fully known, as investigators suspected he had been killing sporadically for nearly a decade before the intense 3-month period that brought him to public attention. On May 15, 1998, Donato Bylancia was convicted on 17 counts of first-degree murder and sentenced to multiple life terms in prison without the possibility of parole. The judge's final statement described him as a predator who had forfeited his right to exist among civilized human beings. Words that echoed the sentiment of an entire nation that had watched in horror as the monster's true nature was revealed. The psychological aftermath of Bylancia's crimes extended far beyond his immediate victims and their families. An entire region had been traumatized by the realization that such evil could exist among them, hidden behind a facade of normalcy that had allowed him to kill again and again without detection. The railway system took years to recover its ridership, and the culture of casual interaction among strangers that had characterized Italian social life was permanently altered by the knowledge that death might be sitting in the next seat. Bylancia himself showed no emotion as he was led away to begin serving his life sentences. He had been transformed from a predator roaming free to a caged animal, but even in captivity, he represented a reminder of humanity's capacity for incomprehensible evil. The monster had been caught, but the nightmares he had created would haunt the survivors and the families of his victims for generations to come. The legacy of Donato Bylancia serves as a stark reminder that monsters walk among us, often undetected until their true nature explodes into violence that shatters our illusions of safety and normalcy. His crimes stand as testament to the depths of human evil and the courage of those who work tirelessly to bring such predators to justice before they can destroy more innocent lives. The railway killer of Liguria had finally been silenced, but the echoes of his victims' screams would resonate forever in the memories of all who survived his reign of terror. If you're still awake, let's move on to our final story. Story 5. The Minghella Murders. The screams that echoed through the concrete walls of that abandoned warehouse on Via Roma would haunt investigators for decades. When Detective Marco Santini pushed open the rusted metal door on that fog-shrouded morning in October 1987, the metallic stench of death struck him like a physical blow. What he discovered inside would become known as one of Italy's most methodical and savage killing sprees. A blood-soaked trail of terror orchestrated by a man whose name would forever be whispered in the same breath as the country's most notorious predators. Maurizio Minghella didn't just kill his victims. He dismantled them, piece by calculated piece, with the precision of a surgeon and the malice of a demon. For 3 years, this seemingly ordinary accountant from Milan transformed into something far more sinister after dark. A calculating executioner who turned murder into an art form of unspeakable cruelty. Tonight, we descend into the twisted mind of a killer whose methods defied comprehension, whose victims numbered in the dozens, and whose final moments of freedom played out in a dramatic confrontation that left an entire nation questioning how such evil could walk among them undetected for so long. The fluorescent lights hummed overhead in the sterile interrogation room as Maurizio Minghella sat motionless, his pale hands folded neatly on the metal table. His dark eyes, rimmed with thick glasses, betrayed no emotion as Detective Santini spread photograph after photograph of mutilated corpses across the surface. Each image told a story of unimaginable suffering, yet the man responsible showed less reaction than someone viewing a grocery list. "When did it start, Maurizio?" Santini's voice cut through the oppressive silence. "When did you first realize you enjoyed watching people die?" A thin smile crept across Minghella's lips, the first sign of humanity he displayed in hours of questioning. But this wasn't warmth or remorse. This was something far more chilling: pride. Born on a rain-soaked November evening in 1952, Maurizio Minghella entered the world as the second son of Giuseppe and Maria Minghella in the industrial outskirts of Milan. His childhood home on Via Pacoli was a cramped, two-bedroom apartment where the walls seemed to close in a little more each year as his father's drinking intensified and his mother's depression deepened. Giuseppe Minghella worked the night shift at a textile factory, returning home each dawn reeking of machine oil and cheap wine. Maria, once a vibrant seamstress with dreams of opening her own shop, had withered into a hollow-eyed ghost who spent her days staring out the kitchen window at the gray apartment blocks that stretched endlessly toward the horizon. Young Maurizio learned early that silence was survival. While his older brother Carlo bore the brunt of their father's alcohol-fueled rages, Maurizio perfected the art of becoming invisible. He would slip into the shadows of their cramped living room, watching with calculating eyes as Giuseppe's leather belt whistled through the air, leaving angry red welts across Carlo's back. But rather than developing empathy for his brother's suffering, something darker took root in Mauricio's developing psyche. He found himself studying the way Carlo's face contorted in pain, memorizing the exact pitch of his screams, analyzing how long it took for the defiance in his brother's eyes to crumble into defeat. The first sign of his emerging pathology manifested when Maurizio was 8 years old. The family cat, a tabby named Lucia, had been missing for 3 days when Maria found its remains in the building's basement storage room. The animal had been methodically dissected, its organs arranged in neat rows on a piece of cardboard. The building superintendent assumed it was the work of older boys playing a cruel prank, but Maria noticed something that made her blood run cold. Maurizio showed no surprise at the discovery, no sadness for his pet. Instead, she caught him studying her reaction with an intensity that made her skin crawl. School provided no refuge from the darkness growing within him. At the local elementary school on Via Manzoni, Maurizio was the quiet child who sat in the back corner, his homework always perfect, his behavior never disruptive. Teachers praised his intelligence and his apparent maturity, unaware that behind those thick glasses, he was cataloging their weaknesses, their fears, their vulnerabilities. During recess, while other children played football or chased each other around the playground, Maurizio preferred to observe. He would position himself against the brick wall of the school building, watching with scientific detachment as arguments erupted between classmates. He particularly enjoyed watching the moments when a child's bravado would crumble into tears, when the facade of toughness would shatter to reveal the frightened child beneath. His academic brilliance masked the rot festering in his soul. Mathematics came naturally to him, the cold logic of numbers, the predictability of equations, the absolute nature of correct and incorrect answers. There was no ambiguity in mathematics, no messy human emotions to complicate the pursuit of solutions. This love of precision and control would later manifest in far more sinister ways. The first time Maurizio seriously considered harming another human being was during a particularly brutal beating administered by his father. Carlo, now 13, had grown bold enough to fight back against Giuseppe's drunken assaults. On this night, the confrontation escalated beyond their usual pattern of violence. Giuseppe, enraged by his son's defiance, grabbed a kitchen knife and pressed it against Carlo's throat. "You want to be a man?" Giuseppe snarled, his breath reeking of wine and cigarettes. "Let's see how much of a man you are when you're bleeding on this floor." From his hiding spot behind the kitchen door, 10-year-old Maurizio watched the scene unfold with fascination rather than fear. He found himself wondering what it would feel like to draw that blade across flesh, to watch the crimson flow that would follow. The thought didn't horrify him as it should have. Instead, it filled him with a warm, electric sensation that he would later recognize as his first true moment of arousal. The knife incident ended without bloodshed when Maria intervened, but something fundamental had shifted in Mauricio's psychological landscape. That night, as his family slept fitfully in their respective rooms, he crept into the kitchen and retrieved the same knife his father had wielded. Standing before the bathroom mirror, he pressed the blade against his own throat, not hard enough to break the skin, but firmly enough to feel the cold metal against his pulse. The reflection staring back at him was no longer that of a frightened child. Something ancient and hungry looked out from behind those glasses, something that had been waiting patiently for this moment of recognition. His first actual kill came 2 years later, though it would be decades before investigators would connect this early crime to the monster he would become. The victim was Franco Benedetti, a classmate who had made the fatal mistake of humiliating Maurizio during a mathematics lesson. Franco had been struggling with long division when their teacher, Signora Ricci, called on him to solve a problem on the blackboard. After several minutes of Franco's fumbling attempts, she asked if anyone could help. Maurizio, as usual, raised his hand confidently, but as he approached the blackboard, Franco whispered loudly enough for the entire class to hear, "Here comes the freak to save the day." What a surprise! The classroom erupted in laughter, and for the first time in his life, Maurizio felt the sting of public humiliation. His face flushed red as he solved the equation with mechanical precision, but the damage was done. Something inside him had been wounded, and like any wounded animal, his instinct was to lash out. The opportunity for revenge came 3 weeks later during the school's annual field trip to Lake Como. The students were exploring the wooded trails that wound around the lake's perimeter when Franco made another mistake. He wandered away from the group, drawn by what he claimed was the sound of a rare bird deeper in the forest. Maurizio followed at a distance, his mind already calculating possibilities. The woods were dense here, the nearest hiking trail at least a kilometer away. The other students and teachers were engaged in their nature walk, focused on the guide's explanations of local flora and fauna. No one would notice 2 missing students for at least an hour. He found Franco standing at the edge of a steep ravine, trying to spot the bird he claimed to have heard. The boy was so focused on scanning the treetops that he didn't hear Mauricio's approach until it was too late. The push itself was almost anticlimactic, a firm shove between the shoulder blades, just enough to send Franco tumbling over the edge. But what followed was anything but disappointing. Maurizio watched with rapt attention as his classmate's body crashed through branches and scraped against rocks during the 30-meter fall to the rocky streambed below. The sound Franco made when he hit the rocks, a wet, final thud followed by absolute silence, would echo in Mauricio's memory for years to come. Not as a source of trauma or guilt, but as a moment of pure, intoxicating satisfaction. Franco's death was ruled an accident, a tragic case of a curious boy who ventured too close to a dangerous precipice. Maurizio played his role perfectly during the investigation, expressing appropriate shock and sadness at the loss of his classmate. He even attended the funeral, watching Franco's parents weep over their son's casket with the same detached fascination he had once reserved for his brother's beatings. But the taste of power that came from orchestrating another person's death was intoxicating. For weeks afterward, Maurizio would lie awake at night, replaying every detail of Franco's final moments. The look of surprise on the boy's face as he realized he was falling. The way his arms windmilled helplessly as gravity claimed him. The absolute stillness that followed the impact. High school brought new opportunities and new challenges for the budding killer. At Liceo Scientifico Leonardo da Vinci, Mauricio's academic excellence earned him respect from teachers and a grudging acceptance from classmates who had learned to appreciate his help with difficult assignments. But the social dynamics of adolescence proved more complex than elementary school hierarchies. His hormones were awakening along with his bloodlust, creating a toxic combination that would define his future crimes. While his classmates discovered normal teenage attractions and relationships, Maurizio found himself aroused by thoughts of dominance and suffering. The fantasy of controlling another person's life and death became his primary source of sexual gratification. He began experimenting on animals again, but with more sophisticated methods than his childhood dissection of the family cat. Stray dogs and cats from the neighborhood would disappear periodically, only to be found days later in various states of mutilation in abandoned buildings or construction sites. The local police attributed these incidents to teenagers engaging in satanic rituals, a popular moral panic of the early 1970s, never suspecting that a single individual was responsible. Mauricio's methods grew more elaborate with each kill. He developed a taste for psychological torment that preceded physical violence. He would capture his animal victims and keep them caged for days, studying their behavior as hope gradually gave way to despair. He learned to recognize the exact moment when a creature's survival instinct was replaced by resignation to death. These experiments taught him valuable lessons about pain tolerance, the physiology of fear, and the art of prolonging suffering. He discovered that the anticipation of death was often more terrifying to his victims than the actual killing blow. This knowledge would later prove crucial when he graduated to human prey. The transition from animals to people seemed inevitable, though Maurizio was careful to choose victims who wouldn't be immediately missed. His second human kill came during his final year of high school. The victim was Elena Rossi, a homeless woman who spent her nights in the abandoned subway tunnel near Mauricio's apartment building. Elena was in her 40s, with stringy gray hair and clothes that reeked of urine and desperation. She had been living rough for years, surviving on scraps and the occasional charity of passers-by. To most people, she was invisible, just another piece of urban decay to be stepped around and forgotten. But Maurizio saw opportunity where others saw misfortune. He began bringing Elena food, establishing a routine of evening visits that she came to depend upon. For 2 months, he played the role of the compassionate young man, earning her trust through consistent kindness. She began to share stories of her past, her failed marriage, her struggles with alcohol, her estranged children who no longer spoke to her name. All of this information was carefully cataloged by Maurizio, who was already planning how to use her vulnerabilities against her when the time came. He was particularly intrigued by her fear of confined spaces, a phobia that developed after a childhood incident where she'd been accidentally locked in a storage closet for several hours. The abandoned subway tunnel where Elena made her home provided the perfect venue for Mauricio's second murder. The section of tunnel had been sealed off during construction delays, creating a concrete tomb 50 meters below street level. The nearest access point was through a maintenance shaft that required specialized tools to open, ensuring complete privacy for whatever horrors he planned to inflict. On a cold February night, Maurizio descended into Elena's underground world, carrying a backpack filled with carefully selected implements. Rope, duct tape, a selection of knives, and several items designed specifically to exploit Elena's claustrophobia. He had spent weeks planning every detail of what he privately called the education of Elena. She greeted him with the same grateful smile she'd worn for months, unaware that her benefactor had transformed into her executioner. The attack came without warning. A chloroform-soaked rag pressed firmly over her nose and mouth until her struggles ceased and she collapsed into unconsciousness. What followed was a 12-hour marathon of systematic torture that established the template for all of Mauricio's future crimes. He began with psychological torment, allowing Elena to regain consciousness inside a makeshift wooden box he'd constructed in the tunnel's deepest recess. The box was just large enough to contain her body in a fetal position, denying her the ability to stand or fully extend her limbs. For the first 4 hours, he left her alone in the darkness, listening to her muffled screams and desperate clawing at the wooden walls. When he finally opened the box, Elena was hyperventilating with terror, her fingernails bloody from scratching at her prison. "Please," she gasped, her voice barely above a whisper. "I don't understand what you want. I have nothing to give you." Maurizio knelt beside the box, his face illuminated by the flickering light of several candles he'd arranged around the space. When Elena saw his familiar features, confusion replaced terror in her eyes. "Maurizio, thank God you found me. Someone kidnapped me, put me in this box. Help me out of here, please." The young man's response was to smile, the same thin smile that would later chill seasoned detectives. "Oh, Elena, you still don't understand, do you? There is no someone else. There's only me, and there's only you, and there's only what I'm going to do to you over the next several hours." The realization that dawned in Elena's eyes was exquisite. Maurizio watched with clinical fascination as her mind processed the betrayal, the hopelessness of her situation, the terrible understanding that the person she trusted with her life was about to take it from her in the most agonizing way possible. What followed was a methodical exploration of human pain tolerance that would have impressed medieval inquisitors. Maurizio had spent months researching historical torture techniques, combining traditional methods with his own innovations. He was particularly interested in the psychological component of torture, the way fear and anticipation could amplify physical suffering exponentially. He worked on Elena with the patience of a craftsman, alternating between periods of intense agony and moments of false hope. Twice, he pretended to prepare for her release, going so far as to untie several of her restraints before revealing that it was merely another layer of psychological manipulation. The most disturbing aspect of Elena's murder was not the physical brutality, though that was extreme, but Mauricio's complete emotional detachment throughout the ordeal. He showed less emotion while torturing a human being to death than most people display when swatting a fly. To him, Elena was simply raw material for an experiment in suffering. When she finally died, sometime around dawn, her heart giving out after hours of systematic trauma, Maurizio felt the same satisfied completion that a chef might experience after preparing a complex meal. He had started with a living, breathing person and systematically reduced her to lifeless meat. The transformation was complete. The disposal of Elena's remains demonstrated the same methodical approach that characterized the murder itself. Maurizio had researched decomposition rates and scavenger behavior, selecting a remote section of the Lombard countryside where her body would be discovered only after the elements and wildlife had obscured any forensic evidence linking him to the crime. Elena Rossi was reported missing by a social worker who had been trying to help her access government assistance programs. The investigation lasted exactly 3 days before being relegated to the cold case files. Homeless individuals disappeared from Milan with depressing regularity, victims of violence, overdoses, or simple exposure to the elements. Elena's fate warranted only a brief mention in the local newspaper's crime blotter. But for Maurizio, Elena's death marked the beginning of his true calling. The kill had been everything he'd imagined and more. The sense of absolute power over another human being, the ability to orchestrate their final moments with complete control. It was intoxicating in a way that no drug could match. As he walked home through the pre-dawn streets of Milan, already planning his next murder, Maurizio Minghella looked like any other university-bound teenager heading home after a late night out. Clean-cut, well-dressed, unremarkable in every visible way. No one who passed him on those empty sidewalks could have guessed that they were sharing the street with one of Italy's most dangerous predators. The monster was fully awakened now, and it was hungry for more. The morning sun cast long shadows across the University of Milan campus as 20-year-old Maurizio Minghella settled into his seat in Professor Antonelli's forensic psychology lecture. While his classmates scribbled notes about criminal behavior patterns and psychological profiles, Maurizio absorbed every word with the intensity of a predator studying its prey. The irony was not lost on him. Here he sat, a calculating killer learning about the very methods that might one day be used to hunt him down. The serial killer often exhibits a cooling-off period between murders, Professor Antonelli explained, clicking through slides of crime scene photographs that made several students shift uncomfortably in their seats. This interval allows them to relive their crimes mentally, to plan their next attack, and to maintain the facade of normalcy that keeps them hidden in plain sight. Mauricio's pen moved steadily across his notebook, but he wasn't recording the professor's words. Instead, he was sketching detailed floor plans of various locations around Milan. Abandoned buildings, construction sites, remote warehouse districts, each one a potential theater for his next performance. The 3 years following Elena Rossi's murder had been a period of careful restraint for Maurizio. He understood instinctively that frequency-bred detection, that the hunger gnawing at his insides had to be balanced against the need for survival. So he had waited, planning and preparing while maintaining the perfect cover of a dedicated student pursuing a degree in accounting. His academic performance was flawless, his social interactions carefully calibrated to project normalcy without drawing attention. He dated occasionally, perfunctory relationships with unremarkable girls who found his quiet intensity attractive until they realized there was something fundamentally absent behind his polite facade. These relationships never lasted long, ending when his girlfriends began to sense the emptiness where empathy should have lived. But the hunger never died. If anything, the forced abstinence only sharpened his appetite for the exquisite control he had experienced during Elena's final hours. He began stalking potential victims with the patience of a spider, studying their routines, their vulnerabilities, their connections to the world that might notice their absence. His third kill came in October 1975, during his final semester at university. The victim was Roberto Fiorini, a fellow student who had made the fatal mistake of cheating off Mauricio's exam answers once too often. Unlike Elena, whose disappearance barely registered with the authorities, Roberto's murder would require more sophisticated planning. Roberto was everything Maurizio despised about his generation. Lazy, entitled, coasting through life on charm and connections rather than merit. He was the son of a wealthy industrialist, accustomed to having problems solved with his father's money and influence. This sense of invulnerability made him careless, a weakness that Maurizio was eager to exploit. The setup took months of careful manipulation. Maurizio slowly inserted himself into Roberto's social circle, positioning himself as a reliable friend who could always be counted on for academic help or a loan when Roberto's allowance ran short. He learned Roberto's habits, his weaknesses, his secret shames, particularly his growing dependence on cocaine, a habit that his wealthy family knew nothing about. The drug addiction provided the perfect vector for murder. Maurizio began supplying Roberto with increasingly pure cocaine, conditioning him to expect higher quality product than he could obtain through normal channels. When Roberto's regular dealer was arrested in a police sweep, Maurizio was there to fill the void, offering pharmaceutical-grade cocaine at prices Roberto couldn't refuse. "Where do you get this stuff?" Roberto asked during one of their transactions, his pupils dilated with chemical euphoria. "It's incredible. So much better than the garbage Marco was selling." Mauricio's response was carefully calculated to build trust while maintaining mystery. "I have connections through my research assistantship, medical suppliers who don't ask too many questions. But we have to be careful. If anyone found out, we'd both be expelled." The fictional research position was just one of many lies Maurizio had woven around himself. In Roberto's eyes, his quiet classmate had transformed from a useful resource into an essential lifeline, someone who could provide both academic assistance and chemical escapism. This dependence was exactly what Maurizio had been cultivating. The murder itself was scheduled for a Friday evening in late October, when Roberto's family would be away at their country estate and his absence wouldn't be noticed until Monday's classes. Maurizio had rented a small warehouse space in the industrial district of Sesto San Giovanni, telling the landlord he needed storage space for his family's textile business. The cash payment and forged references raised no suspicions. Roberto arrived at the warehouse expecting to collect his usual supply of cocaine, but instead found himself walking into a carefully orchestrated nightmare. The space had been transformed into a sophisticated torture chamber, complete with restraints, monitoring equipment, and an array of implements designed to maximize suffering while prolonging life. "What the hell is all this?" Roberto asked, his drug-addled brain struggling to process the incongruity between his expectations and reality. Mauricio's response was to activate a recording device he had positioned near the entrance. "This, my friend, is where you're going to spend the last 18 hours of your life. I want to document everything, your reactions, your pleas, your eventual acceptance of death. Consider it a psychological experiment." The chloroform came next, administered with the same clinical efficiency that characterized everything Maurizio did. When Roberto regained consciousness, he was secured to a modified medical examination table, his limbs spread and restrained with leather straps that Maurizio had purchased from a veterinary supply company. What followed was a methodical exploration of human endurance that made Elena Rossi's murder seem almost merciful by comparison. Maurizio had spent months studying torture techniques, combining historical methods with modern innovations in pain management. His goal was not simply to kill Roberto, but to push him to the absolute limits of human suffering while keeping him conscious and aware. The psychological component of Roberto's torture was particularly sophisticated. Maurizio had prepared a detailed dossier of his victims' fears and insecurities, using this information to craft personalized torments that attacked Roberto's mind as viciously as the physical implements attacked his body. He played recordings of Roberto's parents discussing their disappointment in their son's academic performance, fabricated evidence of his girlfriend's infidelity, and created elaborate scenarios of shame and humiliation that reduced the young man to a sobbing wreck before the physical torture even began. "Please," Roberto whimpered after 6 hours of psychological assault. "Just kill me. I can't take any more of this." Mauricio's response was to produce a syringe filled with adrenaline. "Oh, but we're just getting started. This will help you stay alert for what comes next. I wouldn't want you to miss any of the experience by going into shock too early." The injection brought Roberto's nervous system roaring back to full sensitivity, ensuring that he would feel every subsequent moment of agony with crystal clarity. Maurizio then began the physical torture, starting with the extremities and working his way toward more vital areas with the patient precision of a surgeon. Throughout the ordeal, Maurizio maintained detailed notes, recording Roberto's responses to different stimuli, documenting the progression from defiance to despair to resignation. He was particularly interested in the moment when his victim's survival instinct finally collapsed, replaced by a desperate desire for death to end the suffering. That moment came 14 hours into the torture session. Roberto, who had been pleading for his life at the beginning of the ordeal, now begged for death with the same fervor. The transformation was complete. Maurizio had succeeded in breaking down every psychological barrier, every instinct for self-preservation, reducing his victim to a creature that existed only to suffer. The final kill, when it came, was almost anticlimactic. A precise cut across the carotid artery that allowed Roberto to bleed out while maintaining consciousness long enough to understand that his ordeal was finally ending. Maurizio watched with scientific detachment as the light faded from his victim's eyes, timing the process down to the second. The disposal of Roberto's remains required more elaborate planning than Elena's had. A missing university student from a wealthy family would trigger a significant police investigation, necessitating a disposal method that would permanently eliminate any forensic evidence. Maurizio had prepared for this by constructing a portable crematorium in a remote section of the warehouse, capable of reducing a human body to ash and bone fragments in less than 8 hours. The missing person investigation into Roberto Fiorini's disappearance lasted 6 months before being transferred to the cold case division. His family hired private investigators, offered substantial rewards for information, and pressured local politicians to expand the search. But without a body or any physical evidence of foul play, the case eventually stagnated. Maurizio watched the investigation unfold with fascination, attending Roberto's memorial service and even participating in several volunteer search efforts. He was particularly amused by the psychological profile that emerged during the investigation. Authorities theorized that Roberto had been kidnapped by drug dealers seeking to collect a debt, never suspecting that his killer was sitting among the mourners at his memorial service. The success of Roberto's murder convinced Maurizio that he had mastered the art of undetectable killing. His methods had evolved from the crude opportunism of Franco Benedetti's accident to sophisticated psychological warfare combined with advanced torture techniques. More importantly, he had learned to select victims whose disappearances could be explained by alternative theories: accident, suicide, voluntary departure, drug-related violence. This new confidence led to an escalation in frequency. Over the next 3 years, Maurizio killed 9 more people, each murder building on the lessons learned from previous kills. His victims were carefully selected from the margins of society: homeless individuals, prostitutes, runaway teenagers, illegal immigrants, people whose absences would cause minimal disruption to the social fabric. His methods became increasingly sophisticated during this period. He developed signature techniques that satisfied his psychological needs while minimizing forensic evidence. The education sessions grew longer and more elaborate, incorporating elements of classical conditioning and psychological programming that pushed his victims through predictable stages of psychological breakdown. One particularly innovative technique involved the use of sensory deprivation combined with intermittent stimulation to create a state of learned helplessness in his victims. He would alternate between periods of complete darkness and silence and sudden bursts of light, sound, and sensation that prevented his victims from adapting to their circumstances. This technique proved remarkably effective at accelerating the psychological breakdown that was central to Mauricio's satisfaction. By 1979, Maurizio had graduated from university with honors and secured a position at a respected accounting firm in Milan's financial district. His professional life provided the perfect cover for his nocturnal activities. He was seen as a dedicated, if somewhat antisocial, employee who worked long hours and kept to himself. His colleagues appreciated his attention to detail and his ability to solve complex financial puzzles, never suspecting that he applied the same analytical skills to the puzzle of human suffering. The accounting work itself held little interest for Maurizio beyond its utility as a cover identity. He found the mathematical precision appealing, but the stakes were too low to provide any real satisfaction. The numbers on spreadsheets represented abstract values, not the visceral reality of human fear and pain that had become his true obsession. His 11th victim marked a turning point in both his methodology and his psychological development. Maria Gonzalez was a 23-year-old illegal immigrant from Colombia who worked as a cleaning lady in the office building where Maurizio was employed. She was exactly the type of victim he preferred: isolated, vulnerable, unlikely to be missed quickly if she disappeared. But Maria proved different from his previous victims in ways that both frustrated and intrigued him. Despite 6 days of intensive psychological torture, she never completely broke. Even as her body failed under the physical assault, her mind retained a core of resistance that Maurizio found impossible to shatter. "Why won't you give up?" he asked her during one of their final sessions together. "Everyone else accepts their fate eventually. What makes you different?" Maria's response, delivered through split lips and swollen features, would haunt Maurizio for years. "Because someone like you can destroy my body, but you cannot touch who I am inside. That belongs to God, not to you." Her defiance infuriated him in a way that no victim had before. He had built his entire identity around his ability to break human will, to reduce any person to a begging animal concerned only with ending their suffering. Maria's resistance challenged the fundamental assumptions about power and control that underpinned his worldview. The extended torture session that followed was the most brutal of Mauricio's career up to that point. He employed every technique he had developed, pushing Maria's body and mind far beyond the limits that had broken his previous victims. But even as her physical condition deteriorated beyond recovery, Her essential self remained intact, untouchable, beyond his reach. When Maria finally died, not from any specific injury, but from the cumulative effects of prolonged trauma, Maurizio felt something he had never experienced before: failure. He had not conquered her as completely as he had conquered the others. Part of her had escaped his control, had transcended his power to dominate and destroy. This failure triggered a psychological crisis that would ultimately lead to Mauricio's downfall. His carefully constructed sense of superiority began to crack, replaced by a growing paranoia and an obsessive need to prove his dominance. The cooling-off periods between murders grew shorter, the selection of victims became more careless, and the elaborate precautions that had kept him undetected for years began to unravel. The hunting grounds that had once felt like his personal kingdom now seemed contaminated by Maria's resistance. Every abandoned warehouse, every isolated crime scene carried the memory of his failure to achieve complete victory over her will. He began to take greater risks, selecting victims who were more likely to be missed, leaving crime scenes that were less thoroughly sanitized. Detective Marco Santini would later identify Maria Gonzalez's murder as the beginning of the end for Maurizio Minghella. Up until that point, he was methodical, patient, almost impossible to catch, Santini recalled during a later interview. But something changed after that killing. He became reckless, desperate to prove something to himself. That desperation is what eventually gave us the opening we needed to bring him down. The transformation was subtle at first, visible only in the increased frequency of disappearances in Milan's marginalized communities. But as Mauricio's psychological state continued to deteriorate, the changes became more apparent. Crime scenes that had once been meticulously cleaned now contained trace evidence. Victim selection that had once followed careful patterns became increasingly random and impulsive. By the winter of 1984, Maurizio had killed 18 people over a 9-year period. He had perfected techniques of torture and psychological manipulation that would have impressed history's most notorious interrogators. He had created a mobile infrastructure for murder that allowed him to operate throughout northern Italy without detection. But Maria Gonzalez's resistance had planted a seed of doubt that was growing larger with each subsequent kill. The absolute control that had once defined his relationship with his victims was no longer guaranteed. If Maria could resist him, others might do the same. The foundation of his identity as an apex predator was cracking, and he could feel the fissures spreading. The monster that had awakened in a cramped apartment on Via Pacoli was about to enter its most dangerous phase, the period when its hunger would overcome its caution, when the need to dominate would override the instinct for survival. The hunting grounds that had served him so well were about to become a trap of his own making. The rain hammered against the grimy windows of the abandoned textile factory where Maurizio Minghella knelt beside his latest victim, watching crimson rivulets stream across the concrete floor. It was March 1985, and the methodical killer who had once planned every detail with surgical precision was now operating on pure instinct and escalating fury. The body at his feet, that of Andrea Stella, a 19-year-old university student, represented everything that was going wrong with his carefully constructed world. Andrea should have been the perfect victim. Young, naive, from a small town outside Milan where his absence wouldn't be immediately noticed. He had been easy to lure to the factory with promises of a lucrative modeling opportunity, easy to overpower once the chloroform took effect. But like Maria Gonzalez before him, Andrea had refused to break completely under Mauricio's psychological assault. "You think you're God," Andrea had gasped through blood and broken teeth during his final hours. "But you're just a pathetic little man who hurts people because he can't create anything beautiful in this world." The words had struck Maurizio like physical blows, echoing Maria's spiritual defiance with a philosophical challenge that cut even deeper. In his fury, he had abandoned his usual methodical approach, attacking Andrea with a savagery that was more emotional release than calculated torture. The result was a corpse that told a story of rage rather than control, a crime scene contaminated with evidence of the killer's psychological deterioration. As he crouched in the spreading pool of blood, Maurizio could feel the walls of his perfect world beginning to collapse. The cooling-off periods that had once stretched for months were now measured in weeks. The careful victim selection that had protected him for years had devolved into impulsive hunting driven by an insatiable need to prove his dominance over the human spirit. Detective Marco Santini was 3 kilometers away at that exact moment, studying crime scene photographs in the basement evidence room of Milan's Central Police Station. The fluorescent lights cast harsh shadows across dozens of missing person files scattered across his desk, a growing collection of cases that shared disturbing similarities despite having no obvious connections. Santini had been tracking what he privately called the vanishing pattern for 18 months. Ever since a homeless advocate had brought him a list of individuals who had disappeared from Milan's streets with unusual frequency. Most of his colleagues dismissed these disappearances as the natural churn of urban decay. People moved on, overdosed, or simply died unreported in the city's forgotten corners. But Santini saw something else in the data, a thread of intentionality that suggested a predator operating in the shadows. "Look at the timeline," he had explained to his partner, Detective Rosa Bianchi, spreading the files across their shared desk. One disappearance every 6 to 8 weeks, always someone from the margins, always someone whose absence won't trigger immediate investigation. This isn't random. Someone is hunting these people. Bianchi, a 20-year veteran of Milan's police force, remained skeptical. "Marco, you're seeing patterns where none exist. These are drug addicts, prostitutes, illegals. They disappear because that's what happens to people living on society's edge. We don't have the resources to investigate every missing vagrant." But Santini's obsession with the pattern had only intensified as more cases accumulated. He began working nights and weekends, mapping disappearance locations, analyzing victim profiles, searching for the invisible thread that connected these seemingly random vanishings. His marriage suffered as he poured himself into the investigation, his wife complaining that he cared more about dead strangers than his living family. The breakthrough came in February 1985, when construction workers renovating an abandoned subway tunnel discovered human remains that would change everything. The bones belonged to Elena Rossi, the homeless woman who had disappeared 8 years earlier. But it wasn't the discovery of her remains that electrified Santini. It was the condition they were in. "The cuts are too precise," Dr. Patricia Moretti, the forensic pathologist, explained as she examined the skeletal fragments under bright laboratory lights. "Look at these marks on the ribs, the systematic scoring of the long bones. This isn't decomposition or animal activity. Someone did this to her while she was alive, with surgical precision and plenty of time." The revelation that Elena Rossi had been tortured rather than simply murdered transformed Santini's missing persons investigation into a serial killer hunt. If one homeless woman had been subjected to prolonged torture before death, others might have met the same fate. The disappearances he had been tracking suddenly took on a much darker significance. Working with Dr. Moretti, Santini developed a profile of their unknown killer that proved remarkably accurate. The precision of the wounds suggested medical or anatomical knowledge. The careful disposal of remains indicated someone with access to transportation and remote locations. Most importantly, the extended torture indicated a killer who derived psychological satisfaction from the process rather than just the result. "We're looking for someone who views murder as performance art," Santini explained to the task force that was finally assembled after Elena Rossi's remains confirmed their worst fears. "This isn't someone who kills in passion or for profit. This is someone who kills because he enjoys the process of breaking down human resistance, of asserting absolute control over another person's life and death." Unknown to the task force, their target was accelerating his activities in response to the same psychological pressures that would ultimately lead to his capture. Mauricio's need to prove his dominance after Maria Gonzalez and Andrea Stella's resistance had driven him to take increasingly dangerous risks in victim selection and crime scene management. His 20th victim, chosen just 3 weeks after Andrea Stella's murder, was perhaps the most reckless selection of his career. Francesca Lombardi was a 26-year-old social worker who had been investigating conditions in Milan's homeless shelters. Unlike Mauricio's usual prey, Francesca was well-connected, professionally visible, and would be missed immediately if she disappeared. But Mauricio's judgment was clouded by rage and desperation. Francesca had been asking questions about missing homeless individuals, getting too close to patterns that might eventually lead back to him. In his deteriorating mental state, he convinced himself that eliminating her was a necessary precaution rather than a catastrophic risk. The abduction took place outside Francesca's apartment building on a Tuesday evening in April 1985. Maurizio had been stalking her for weeks, learning her routines with the same patience he had once applied to all his hunts. But the execution was sloppy by his usual standards. He left tire tracks in the building's parking garage, was caught on a security camera at a nearby traffic light, and most critically, was seen by an elderly neighbor who would later provide police with a partial description of his vehicle. Francesca's disappearance triggered the largest missing person investigation in Milan's recent history. Her family was well connected politically, her work with homeless populations had made her beloved by advocacy groups, and her professional colleagues refused to accept the possibility that she had simply vanished voluntarily. Within 48 hours of her reported absence, Detective Santini found himself leading a task force of 30 investigators with unlimited resources and intense media scrutiny. The pressure to find Francesca alive pushed the investigation forward with unprecedented speed. The security footage from the traffic camera was enhanced and analyzed, revealing a partial license plate that matched over 400 vehicles in the Milan area. The witness description led to composite sketches that were distributed throughout the city. Most importantly, Francesca's research into homeless disappearances was examined in detail, revealing that she had been tracking the same pattern of vanishings that Santini had identified. She was onto something, Santini told the task force during a briefing on the third day after Francesca's disappearance. Look at her notes. She identified 17 missing individuals over the past 4 years, all matching our profile for marginalized victims. If our killer took her because she was getting too close to the truth, then we're looking at someone who's been operating far longer than we initially suspected. While the task force worked frantically to locate Francesca before she could be harmed, Maurizio was subjecting her to the most elaborate torture session of his career. The abandoned chemical plant where he had taken her was located in the industrial wasteland outside Bergamo, 50 kilometers from Milan. The isolation was complete, the soundproofing perfect, and the facilities he had prepared over months of planning were sophisticated beyond anything he had used before. But Francesca proved to be his most challenging victim yet. Her professional training in crisis counseling had given her psychological tools that his previous prey had lacked. She recognized his techniques, understood his motivations, and refused to provide the responses he craved. "You want me to beg," she told him during one of their sessions, her voice steady despite the injuries he had inflicted. "You want me to break down and plead for mercy because that's how you maintain your illusion of power. But I understand what you are. You're a broken child who never learned that causing pain doesn't heal your own wounds." Her clinical analysis of his psychology enraged Maurizio in ways that simple defiance never could. Unlike Maria Gonzalez's spiritual resistance or Andrea Stella's philosophical challenges, Francesca was dissecting his very identity with the precision of a trained therapist. She was turning his own methods against him, making him the subject of analysis rather than the controller of the situation. The torture sessions grew longer and more vicious as Maurizio struggled to break through Francesca's professional composure. He employed every technique he had developed over his career, combining physical torture with psychological manipulation designed to shatter her sense of self. But Francesca's training had prepared her for exactly this type of assault, and she maintained her analytical perspective even as her body began to fail under the sustained abuse. "The homeless people you killed," she said during what would be their final conversation. "They weren't random victims, were they? You chose them because they reminded you of yourself. People society had thrown away, people no one cared about. You were killing your own reflection over and over again, trying to destroy the part of yourself that feels worthless." The accuracy of her assessment struck Maurizio like a physical blow. For the first time in his career as a killer, he found himself on the defensive, scrambling to maintain psychological control over a victim who understood him better than he understood himself. The revelation that his carefully constructed identity as an apex predator might actually be the elaborate defense mechanism of a damaged child was more terrifying than any physical threat he had ever faced. His response was to abandon all restraint, attacking Francesca with a ferocity that was more self-destruction than murder. The methodical killer who had once extended torture sessions for days compressed weeks of accumulated rage into a few hours of uncontrolled violence. When Francesca finally died, it was not from any specific injury but from the sheer, overwhelming trauma of sustained assault. The crime scene Maurizio left behind at the chemical plant was a forensic investigator's nightmare and a detective's dream. His usual meticulous cleanup procedures had been abandoned in favor of frenzied escape. Blood evidence was everywhere. Fingerprints were preserved on dozens of surfaces, and most critically, he had left behind several personal items that would directly link him to the crime. The breakthrough came when forensic technicians found Mauricio's university ring wedged between two pieces of industrial equipment where it had fallen during his assault on Francesca. The ring, inscribed with his initials and graduation year, was traced within hours to university records that provided his full name and last known address. Detective Santini was reviewing the forensic report when the identification came through. As he read Maurizio Minghell's name and examined his university photograph, pieces of the puzzle that had consumed him for years suddenly clicked into place. "Run a background check on everyone with access to this information," Santini ordered his team. "Cross-reference employment records, vehicle registrations, rental agreements. If this ring belongs to our killer, then we finally have a name and face to attach to 8 years of disappearances." But Maurizio was already planning his final performance, the culmination of a career that had defined his identity for over a decade. The discovery of Francesca's body and the inevitable identification of his ring meant that his time as a hunter was ending. Rather than flee or surrender, he began preparing for one last kill. A victim whose death would cement his legend and ensure that his name would be remembered long after his capture. The target he selected was Detective Marco Santini himself, the man who had spent years tracking his activities and who now posed the greatest threat to his freedom. In Mauricio's deteriorating mental state, killing the detective who had hunted him seemed like the perfect finale to his career, a final demonstration of his power to strike at the heart of the system that sought to destroy him. The planning began immediately after he disposed of Francesca's remains. Santini's address was obtained through hacked police records, his daily routines mapped through careful surveillance, his vulnerabilities analyzed with the same methodical approach that had made Maurizio so successful for so long. But this time, the planning was rushed and the execution would be fatally flawed. On the night of May 15, 1985, Maurizio positioned himself outside Santini's apartment building with a chloroform-soaked cloth and a detailed plan for the detective's abduction. He had identified a 2-minute window when Santini would be alone and vulnerable, walking from his car to the building entrance through a poorly lit section of the parking garage. But Santini's years of police work had given him instincts that Maurizio failed to account for. As he approached his apartment building that evening, something in the shadows caught his attention. A figure that didn't belong, a presence that triggered every survival instinct developed over 2 decades of law enforcement. Instead of walking directly to his building entrance, Santini circled the block and approached from an unexpected direction. He was carrying his service weapon and had already radioed for backup when he spotted Maurizio crouched behind a parked car with what appeared to be a weapon in his hand. "Police! Drop the weapon and put your hands where I can see them." The confrontation that followed lasted less than 30 seconds but would be replayed in courtrooms and true crime documentaries for decades to come. Maurizio, realizing that his final performance had become his final trap, made a desperate lunge at the detective with the chloroform cloth. Santini, trained for exactly this type of close-quarters combat, drew his weapon and fired 3 shots center mass. Maurizio Minghella collapsed onto the asphalt of the parking garage, his blood mixing with oil stains and rainwater under the flickering fluorescent lights. As he lay dying, the methodical killer who had terrorized Milan for 8 years made one final statement that would haunt everyone who heard it. "You stopped me, detective, but you can't stop what I've shown people. You can't stop them from knowing that anyone at all, can become a monster if they just embrace what's already inside them." The words were captured on Santini's radio transmission, recorded for posterity as the final communication from one of Italy's most prolific serial killers. By the time paramedics arrived, Maurizio was unconscious from blood loss, hovering between life and death in the same liminal space where he had held so many of his victims. He would survive the shooting, but his career as a killer was finally over. The monster that had awakened in a cramped apartment on Via Pacoli 33 years earlier was about to face the justice system he had evaded for so long. The courtroom fell into absolute silence as Maurizio Minghella was wheeled in for the first day of his trial, his legs permanently paralyzed from Detective Santini's bullets, his once intimidating presence reduced to that of a broken man strapped to a wheelchair. The packed gallery, filled with families of victims, journalists, and curious observers, stared at the figure who had terrorized Milan for nearly a decade, struggling to reconcile the mundane reality of the man with the monstrous acts attributed to him. Judge Elena Marchetti banged her gavel to restore order as photographers clicked frantically and sketch artists captured the historic moment. This was Italy's trial of the century, a legal proceeding that would expose the full scope of Mauricio's crimes while attempting to answer the question that haunted every observer. How could such evil hide in plain sight for so long? Lead prosecutor Alessandro Romano approached the defendant with a thick folder containing evidence that represented 8 years of meticulous investigation. The case against Maurizio was overwhelming. 23 confirmed victims, forensic evidence linking him to multiple crime scenes, and his own detailed journals documenting each murder with clinical precision. The defendant kept records, Romano announced during his opening statement, holding up several notebooks filled with Mauricio's handwriting, detailed accounts of each victim's final hours, psychological profiles analyzing their responses to torture, even sketches depicting the positioning of bodies and the arrangement of crime scenes. These documents reveal not just the actions of a serial killer, but the mindset of someone who viewed murder as a form of scientific research. The notebooks had been discovered during a search of Mauricio's apartment following his arrest. Hidden behind a false wall in his bedroom closet, they represented the most comprehensive record of a serial killer's methodology ever recovered by Italian law enforcement. Each entry was dated, cross-referenced, and illustrated with diagrams that demonstrated the methodical nature of his crimes. Dr. Patricia Moretti, the forensic pathologist who had first identified the true nature of Elena Rossi's death, took the stand on the second day of trial. Her testimony painted a picture of systematic torture that left several jurors visibly shaken and prompted Judge Marchetti to clear the gallery of spectators under 18 years of age. The defendant's knowledge of human anatomy was extensive, Dr. Moretti explained, using anatomical charts to illustrate her findings. He understood precisely how to inflict maximum pain while avoiding damage to vital organs that might cause premature death. The positioning and depth of wounds indicate someone who had studied torture techniques extensively, possibly through historical texts or medical literature. The prosecution's case built methodically over 3 weeks, each piece of evidence adding another layer to the portrait of Maurizio as a calculating predator who had turned murder into an art form. Witness testimony from his university professors revealed his fascination with criminal psychology and forensic science. Financial records showed payments to suppliers of medical equipment and industrial chemicals. Most damning of all, his own writings provided insight into the twisted logic that had driven his decade-long killing spree. Subject exhibited textbook responses to isolation anxiety, read one entry from Mauricio's journal describing Elena Rossi's psychological breakdown. 48 hours of sensory deprivation followed by intermittent stimulation produced complete behavioral compliance within 72 hours. Recommend extending timeline for future subjects to explore upper limits of psychological endurance. The clinical language Maurizio used to describe his victims' suffering chilled everyone who heard it. He wrote about human beings as if they were laboratory specimens, reducing their final moments of terror and agony to data points in some grotesque experiment. The complete absence of empathy or remorse in his writings provided a window into a mind that had severed all connection to human compassion. Defense attorney Marco Benedetti faced an impossible task. With overwhelming physical evidence and his client's own detailed confessions, arguing innocence was out of the question. Instead, Benedetti focused on Mauricio's mental state, attempting to establish grounds for a psychiatric defense that might spare him from life imprisonment. "My client is clearly a deeply disturbed individual," Benedetti argued during his opening statement. The systematic nature of these crimes, the detailed record-keeping, the complete disconnection from normal human emotion, these are not the actions of someone who can be held fully responsible for their behavior. This is someone whose mental illness has rendered them incapable of distinguishing right from wrong. The psychiatric evaluation that followed became the most controversial aspect of the trial. A team of mental health professionals led by renowned psychiatrist Dr. Giuseppe Colombo spent weeks interviewing Maurizio, administering psychological tests, and analyzing his behavior patterns. Their findings would challenge conventional understanding of criminal responsibility and mental illness. The defendant exhibits characteristics consistent with severe antisocial personality disorder, Dr. Colombo testified. He demonstrates no capacity for empathy, no evidence of remorse or guilt, and a complete inability to form meaningful emotional connections with other human beings. However, and this is crucial, he was fully aware that his actions were illegal and harmful to others. His elaborate precautions to avoid detection demonstrate clear understanding of societal norms and legal consequences. The distinction between mental illness and legal insanity became the central battleground of the trial's final phase. While everyone agreed that Mauricio's psychology was profoundly abnormal, the question remained whether his condition absolved him of responsibility for his crimes or simply explained the mechanism by which he had committed them. Maurizio himself remained largely silent throughout the proceedings, displaying the same emotional detachment that had characterized his murders. He showed no reaction when photographs of his victims were displayed, no response when their family members delivered tearful impact statements, no acknowledgement when the full scope of his crimes was laid bare for public scrutiny. The only time he showed any animation was during his own psychological evaluation, when he seemed to relish the opportunity to discuss his crimes in clinical detail. Dr. Colombo later described these sessions as the most disturbing interviews of his career, noting that Maurizio spoke about torture and murder with the same enthusiasm most people reserved for discussing their hobbies. He wanted to explain his techniques, Dr. Colombo told the court. He was proud of his innovations, eager to demonstrate his understanding of human psychology and pain tolerance. There was no shame or regret, only professional pride in what he viewed as his life's work. The trial's most dramatic moment came when Francesca Lombardi's father, Giuseppe, was permitted to address the defendant directly during victim impact statements. The elderly man, supported by two relatives, walked slowly to within a few meters of Mauricio's wheelchair and spoke in a voice that carried throughout the packed courtroom. "My daughter spent her life trying to help people that society had forgotten," Giuseppe said, tears streaming down his face. "She dedicated herself to protecting the most vulnerable members of our community. The same people you chose as your victims because you knew no one would look for them. You didn't just kill her body. You tried to destroy her spirit, her faith in human goodness. But you failed. Her work continues, and your evil will be forgotten while her compassion is remembered." For the first time since the trial began, Maurizio responded to something happening around him. His head turned slightly toward Giuseppe, and observers later claimed they saw something flicker across his features. Not remorse or guilt, but what appeared to be genuine curiosity about the old man's emotional display. The prosecution's closing argument, delivered by Alessandro Romano with passionate intensity, lasted nearly 4 hours and left no doubt about the state's position on Mauricio's fate. Romano methodically reviewed each of the 23 confirmed murders, forcing the jury to confront the full scope of suffering that the defendant had orchestrated. "Ladies and gentlemen of the jury," Romano concluded, "we are not here to debate whether Maurizio Minghella is mentally ill. Clearly, he is. We are here to decide whether someone who commits acts of such calculated cruelty deserves any consideration beyond the full weight of justice." The defendant treated human beings as objects for his entertainment, as raw material for his twisted experiments in pain and domination. The only appropriate response from a civilized society is to ensure that he never again has the opportunity to harm another person. Defense attorney Benedetti's closing argument focused on the larger questions raised by his client's crimes. If society failed to recognize and treat mental illness before it manifested in criminal behavior, he argued, then it bore some responsibility for the consequences. "Maurizio Minghella is a monster," Benedetti acknowledged. "But monsters are made, not born. This man's childhood was marked by violence and neglect, his adolescence by isolation and psychological trauma. At what point did our mental health system fail him? At what point did our educational institutions miss the warning signs? We cannot simply lock him away and pretend that creates justice. True justice requires us to understand how such evil develops so that we can prevent it from emerging again. The jury deliberated for 18 hours over 3 days before reaching their verdict. When they filed back into the courtroom on October 23, 1985, their faces reflected the weight of the decision they had reached. Judge Marchetti called for order as the foreman stood to deliver their findings. On the charge of murder in the first degree, we find the defendant guilty on all 23 counts. On the charge of aggravated torture, we find the defendant guilty on all 23 counts. On the charge of kidnapping, we find the defendant guilty on all 23 counts. The recitation of guilty verdicts continued for nearly 10 minutes, covering every charge the prosecution had brought. Throughout the reading, Maurizio remained motionless in his wheelchair, showing no more emotion than he had displayed during the most graphic testimony about his crimes. Judge Marchetti's sentencing hearing was scheduled for the following week, but the outcome was never in doubt. Italian law prescribed life imprisonment for multiple murders committed with premeditation and exceptional cruelty. The only question was whether additional restrictions would be placed on Maurizio's confinement. In my 30 years on the bench, Judge Marchetti declared during sentencing, "I have never encountered crimes of such calculated brutality or a defendant who showed such complete absence of human feeling. The systematic nature of these murders, the methodical torture of victims, and the defendant's continued pride in his actions demonstrate a level of dangerousness that requires the most severe response available under law." Maurizio Minghella was sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole, to be served in solitary confinement at Italy's maximum security Asinara prison. Additional restrictions prohibited him from receiving visitors outside of legal counsel and medical personnel, effectively ensuring that he would spend his remaining years in complete isolation. The sentence brought closure to one of Italy's most notorious criminal cases, but it could not answer the deeper questions that Maurizio's crimes had raised. How many other potential killers walked among society undetected? What early warning signs had been missed that might have prevented decades of suffering? How could a mental health system better identify and treat individuals whose psychological development was leading them toward violence? Dr. Giuseppe Colombo continued studying Maurizio's case for years after the trial, publishing research papers that contributed to advances in criminal psychology and threat assessment. His work helped develop screening protocols that are still used today to identify individuals at risk for developing antisocial personality disorders. Detective Marco Santini, permanently affected by his years hunting Maurizio and the violent confrontation that ended the killer's spree, retired from active duty and became an instructor at the police academy. His lectures on serial killer investigation techniques, based largely on the Minghella case, influenced a generation of Italian law enforcement officers. The families of Maurizio's victims formed a support group that advocated for improved services for homeless individuals and other marginalized populations. Their lobbying efforts led to legislative changes that provided better resources for missing persons investigations and victim assistance programs. Maurizio himself adapted to prison life with the same methodical approach he had applied to murder. He established routines, followed regulations precisely, and showed no signs of the violent behavior that prison officials had expected. His requests for reading materials focused on psychology textbooks and true crime literature, suggesting that his fascination with human behavior continued even in confinement. Prison psychologist Dr. Angela Ferri, who conducted monthly evaluations of Maurizio during his first decade of incarceration, noted that his fundamental personality remained unchanged despite his drastically altered circumstances. He views prison as simply another environment to be analyzed and mastered, Dr. Ferri wrote in her reports. He has no regrets about his crimes, no desire for redemption or rehabilitation. He studies the other inmates and the staff with the same clinical detachment he once applied to his victims. In many ways, prison has simply provided him with a new population to observe and catalog. The most disturbing aspect of Mauricio's incarceration was his continued pride in his criminal achievements. During authorized interviews with criminologists and true crime authors, he spoke about his murders with the enthusiasm of an artist discussing his masterpieces. He offered detailed explanations of his techniques, critiqued the police investigation that led to his capture, and expressed regret only that his career had been cut short. "I could have continued indefinitely if I had maintained better discipline," he told author Carlo Benedetti during a 1992 interview. "My downfall was allowing emotion to override methodology. The last few kills were sloppy because I let personal feelings interfere with professional execution. It was an amateur mistake that cost me everything." As the years passed and public attention moved on to other crimes and scandals, Maurizio Minghella faded from headlines, but never from the memories of those whose lives he had touched. The techniques he had developed for psychological manipulation became case studies in criminal justice programs around the world. The evidence from his crimes contributed to advances in forensic science and victim identification procedures. 25 years after his conviction, Maurizio died of a heart attack in his prison cell at the age of 71. Prison officials found him slumped over his writing desk, apparently working on what appeared to be his memoirs, a detailed account of his crimes that would never see publication due to laws preventing convicted killers from profiting from their notoriety. The manuscript, over 800 pages long, provided final insights into the mind of one of Italy's most notorious criminals. Written with the same clinical precision that had characterized his murder journals, it revealed a man who viewed his life's work as a contribution to human knowledge rather than a catalog of evil. "I have mapped the territories of human endurance that others feared to explore," read one passage from the unfinished memoir. "I have documented the precise moments when hope transforms into despair, when the will to live surrenders to the desire for death. These are contributions to our understanding of the human condition that will outlast any moral judgments history might render upon my methods." The memoir was sealed by court order and deposited in a restricted archive, available only to qualified researchers studying criminal psychology. But excerpts leaked to journalists over the years painted a picture of a man who never acknowledged the moral dimensions of his actions, who viewed his victims as willing participants in scientific experiments rather than unwilling casualties of his psychological pathology. Maurizio Minghella's death brought an end to one of the darkest chapters in Italian criminal history, but his legacy continues to influence how society approaches the prevention and investigation of serial crime. The lessons learned from his case, about the importance of early intervention in psychological development, the need for better support systems for marginalized populations, and the value of methodical police work in tracking elusive criminals, remain relevant decades after his conviction. The abandoned warehouses and industrial sites where he committed his crimes have been demolished or repurposed, the physical locations of his atrocities transformed into shopping centers, apartment complexes, and office buildings. But the psychological landscape he polluted, the collective trauma he inflicted on a community that had trusted in its basic safety, took much longer to heal. Milan today is a vibrant, cosmopolitan city that has moved far beyond the shadow cast by Maurizio Minghella's crimes. But in police academies and university classrooms, in psychiatric hospitals and victim support centers, his name is still spoken as a reminder of how far human nature can fall when empathy dies and power becomes the only measure of meaning. The monster that awakened in a cramped apartment on Via Pacoli in 1952 finally fell silent in a prison cell in Sardinia in 2010. But the questions his existence raised about the nature of evil, the responsibilities of society, and the limits of human rehabilitation continue to echo through the halls of justice and the corridors of academic research. In the end, Maurizio Minghella achieved a form of immortality, though not the kind he had envisioned during his years of carefully documented murder. He became a cautionary tale, a case study, a warning about what can happen when society fails to recognize and address the warning signs of developing psychopathy. His victims, meanwhile, are remembered not for how they died but for how they lived, as human beings with hopes and dreams and connections to others, as individuals whose lives had value far beyond their roles in one man's twisted experiments. Their names are inscribed on a memorial in Milan's Central Park, a reminder that behind every crime statistic lies a human story, and that the true measure of justice lies not in punishment alone, but in remembering and honoring those whose voices were silenced too soon. The case of Maurizio Minghella closed with his death, but the broader war against the kind of evil he represented continues in every police station, every mental health clinic, every social service office where dedicated professionals work to identify and interrupt the pathways that lead from childhood trauma to adult violence. His story serves as both a horror and a hope, a horror at what human beings are capable of inflicting upon one another, and a hope that through understanding, vigilance, and compassion, such monsters can be recognized, stopped, and perhaps even prevented from emerging in the first place. The final silence that claimed Maurizio Minghella in his prison cell brought peace to the families of his victims, closure to the investigators who had devoted years to bringing him to justice, and relief to a society that had lived in the shadow of his crimes for far too long. But the lessons learned from his evil will continue to protect future generations from predators who would follow in his bloody footsteps. In death, as in life, Maurizio Minghella remains what he always was, a reminder of humanity's capacity for both ultimate evil and ultimate resilience, a cautionary tale written in blood but ending in the triumph of justice over chaos, light over darkness, and hope over despair. Thank you for watching and joining us as we explored these chilling and mysterious stories. If you enjoyed the journey, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share with others who love a good mystery. Also, let us know where you're watching from. I'd love to hear where in the world you're tuning in. We appreciate you being part of this, and we'll see you next time for more gripping stories. Stay safe, stay curious, and keep unraveling the unknown.